Going on, all you cabbages out there in Cabbage World, Cabbage Land, Cabbagetopia, wherever you may be this fine evening. Hope you're doing well. We got a little Thor back here. A little Thor action. I'm sleeping like a cutie. Gonna begin the process of learning Rise of the Tomb Raider speedruns. I didn't really look into it before. We did watch the run like a week or two ago, just to watch it. But I pulled up the guide today, and it's 4 hours and 17 minutes long. So, this is gonna probably be a 2-day learning experience like 2013 was. Let's work through it. It's got timestamps and everything, which is cool. I couldn't find anything more updated than this, so I wasn't entirely sure. I also have the record up, kind of like last time. I'm going to watch through the guide, because this was put out in 2017, 5 years ago. We can watch through the record and see if that's changed at all. Also, the first part of Tomb Raider Anniversary is up on YouTube. Part 2 will go out tomorrow. And speaking on that, we probably will play through Legends, and I always want to call it Shadow. Because I have Shadow of Tomb Raider in mind. Underworld. Which is on the same engine. They're kind of in the same trilogy. Because I looked into it a bit last night after having a lot of troubles yesterday. And it seemed like it was a consensus of PC port being kind of janky, and then also playing at frame rate over 60. So I capped it down to 144. And for the most part, everything seemed fine the first day. So I figured higher frame rate doesn't really cause any issues. But then yesterday I had issues, and it seems like it could have been related to having frame rate over 60. So I'm gonna go to play Legends and, god damn it, Underworld. We'll cap it down to 60 and see if things are better. And they're also like not remakes or remasters. They're kind of built more for the engine, so we'll see. I was kind of just scratching them off the list of maybe one day I'll come back and touch them, but I think we will at least try. Is this the one I want? This is our reaction watch party screen. Yeah, it seems like it's a cap at 60 sort of thing. Well, people are saying turn VSync on, but VSync for me would have been 144 anyways, which I capped it down to. So I think it's a 60 thing. Let me get this screen capped real quick. Right down there. Look at this timestamp. This large. 4 hours and 17 minutes of a guide. If I can scroll, if I scroll here, I was gonna say, it was funny in the description when I was reading it, just to skim through if he put any updates in it or not. There's this line here. You guys can see my mouse? Yeah. I think I could explain some things more concisely. So. I was like, 4-hour VOD for a hour-long run? Yeah, probably. Why did it just flip upside down? What in the world? Wait, did I do the flippy thing? Yeah, I did do the flippy thing, okay. Why is that a thing? Why is that an OBS feature? Okay. Check this over here. It's a shame the background doesn't update the way it should as well. Wait, why is this not? I like having this in the background, but it doesn't ever really want to be useful. And this is kind of more distracting than anything. Okay, yep, that's what I wanted. Okay, whatever. Okay. Let's do that. No, Thor left. Just when we're getting to the good part. The smoke in the background. I mean, I like having the same source but blurred in the background, so it kind of like adapts to what's on screen.
Hello and welcome to the Rise of the Tomb Raider speedrun.
Hello.
To get this out of the way right away, in this tutorial I'll be explaining how to do all the skips we do in the speedrun.
Okay.
Occasionally,
that's what we want.
I'll also be showing off alternative strats, backup strats, and sometimes I'll give explanations why we do certain things when I deem it necessary. Okay. What I won't do here is explain details about the skips, like the thoughts behind them. I mostly won't do that, since it's not really necessary.
Screen cap properly
for doing the speedrun. And I also won't be showing off the most optimal way to do everything. If you do want to see how to execute all this optimally, just have a look at the top of the leaderboards. Currently, I am on top, but that might change in the future. But yeah, just have a look at the top of the leaderboards.
It did indeed change.
Look at how whoever's on top executes everything.
Yeah, so we do have the record of 49:46 in-game time by Katarev, who holds the record for 2013. I think he also holds Shadow as well.
But before I get into the run right here, I'll have to get a few things out of the way.
Okay.
First off, we have a rule in this game that you have to limit your frame rate to 100 FPS.
This
is mostly to make running this game
more
fair, because there's one skip in particular that requires about 180 FPS, and that is pretty hard to achieve unless you have a very good PC or you just set your resolution to
for anniversary. I didn't even look it up. I can't imagine. I mean, maybe with 60 it's better to run that game. I can't imagine wanting to run anniversary. Brand new. A 21-minute run. It must be no bug jump. Bug jump better than glitchless, and then glitchless. I like this category called better than glitchless. What the fuck is better than glitchless? Beat the game as fast as possible. Band strats, bug jump, airwalking. I don't know. I like it though.
Abysmal levels. So that's why that rule is in place. It's just to make things more fair. On the other hand, you also want to make sure that you have 100 FPS pretty much all the time, because most of the skips actually get harder and harder the lower your frame rate is, or sometimes they just are straight impossible if your frame rate is too low.
Okay.
So you want to make really sure that your frame rate is limited to 100. You'll have to use an external program for that, like DxTory or Riva Tuner. And B, you want to set your graphics settings very low in order to actually achieve 100 FPS. And I'll get into the settings next up. So, since I talked about the graphics settings, I'll get into those first. I have this set to, so it says custom here, but my setting is pretty much just low.
Okay.
Lowest, is it called low or low? I'm not
I would
sure.
skip this, but
Is
there
the
might be like
lowest
a
setting
very
you can go
important
to.
setting to turn off.
And then I up the text
You never know.
quality to medium. The reason for that is that the medium text
Like-
just does have more.
Like, yes, this is a 4-hour VOD, but it is better to have every small detail explained to you and not necessarily need it all than someone just be like, yeah, just do this and then you're done. Because I can just watch the record for that, right? So it is maybe a bit obsessive, excessive, I should say, and obsessive to explain all this, but
detail,
respect.
and that makes it
Nah,
easier to line yourself up for certain skips and clips.
Where'd he go?
So I recommend you do that. I also just
he wandered my bed.
I also have the pure hair set to very high. That's just an aesthetic choice because I can afford it because my PC
Like that, you know? Maybe I want to do that.
enough to do that.
Maybe it's an option I need
but that
for my
doesn't
runs.
impact anything. That's purely aesthetic. Then display, since it kind of goes along with the graphic settings. As I talked about earlier, you want to have...
Oh boy. This was back in the day of having a 980, not even a TI.
100 FPS as much as possible.
Damn. I mean, 2017, I feel like a 980 is still kind of out of date.
If you're struggling to get a consistently high frame rate and you've already set all your settings to low, you might want to consider lowering your resolution.
Yeah, like getting 100
Also
should be pretty easy.
Turn off anti-aliasing if you have to.
I mean, I don't have
That
trouble
will also
getting
get
frame rate in 2013 either.
Do not enable VSync, since that will actually cap your frame rate at 60 and you need 100 to do most of the skips we do in Speedrun. Other than that, there's nothing too important about
I wonder if they've ever gone back and like looked at
Next
that
up.
rule. I'm pretty sure on the leaderboard it still says 100 is the frame rate cap for that issue, but with a lot of components being able to achieve higher than that now pretty easily. I wonder if they've ever like discussed that rule set again.
None of this is too important except the voiceover language. Optimally, you want to have the voiceover language set to German.
Ooh.
I think you have to manually download it in the Steam client.
I'll learn on English and then
Like,
switch to
you have
German,
to
unless it literally
set the
affects
language
tricks.
to German in the Steam client in order for German to appear in the voiceover languages right here. But yeah, this doesn't save too much time though, so if you just don't want the voiceover language to change, it's not too big of a deal. It saves 10 to 15 seconds, I think, over some other languages. So
Massive.
you'll probably be fine unless you're going for like really that just makes it easier for everyone, and it's also set to English because that just makes so changing that would just confuse me. And then second to last, there's the gameplay options. Most of these don't matter. Most of these don't matter. Except for these bottom two. Reduced camera shaking, you definitely want to turn off just because you want the camera to be as much in your control as possible, and because of that you also want to have auto center camera off.
Come on, in 2016, gotcha.
Because it just makes certain skips.
Yeah, it was like
way
2017.
easier.
That's kind
The
of
camera doesn't get controlled by the game. Like, you want to be in control of the camera as much as possible. If the camera turns, it shouldn't be the game turning the camera. The game still occasionally turns the camera, but this
beyond that point.
Minimizes the game's interference. These two settings. So I definitely recommend those two. And
But the 980 came out in 2014. Really? Trying to think of my graphics card history, because I know at one point in time I had a 980 Ti. Did I upgrade directly from a 980 Ti to my 2080 Ti? I thought I had a 1080 in between. I've only ever had 3 graphics cards. Well, I thought I had like a 750. That's a card. I don't remember. Something like that. The 980 Ti. And then this one, I might have had a 1080. I don't know.
And then last but not least, we have the keyboard controls. All of
Was a 750? Yeah, I think my first PC had a 750. I don't know if it was a Ti or not. So I think my 980 is still my second PC is what it has. I could be wrong about that. Might have had
these
4.
are just preference, so do whatever you
Oh,
like.
no.
But in key bindings, there's two very important ones. Most of these, like, you can just set them however you like. As you can see, I have some alternate keys bound, but the two that really matter is for the alternate, for drop and dodge, you want to have scroll down. I'll get into that in a bit. And then the alternate for aim, you want to be scroll up. These two settings are very important. You can technically also have drop and dodge on scroll up and then aim on scroll down, but I find
So I can't have jump on
this way
scroll wheel.
And the reason why binding aim to scroll up is important will come up way later, but this one will actually come up right away.
I think I will flip those two because I use
really
drop
do whatever
on
you want with them.
scroll up in 2013.
Okay, that's that for the settings. Now I will actually get into the run.
Woo!
So let me start a new game.
I don't think this one has the save thing.
Yeah, we run the game in Tomb Raider difficulty. You can't run in adventure. Your run will be disqualified if you do that. You can run in the harder difficulties, and I think there's an extra category for the survivor difficulty, but it's not very popular. So the most popular category is just run in Tomb Raider difficulty. So right away, there's 2 cutscenes that you want to skip. This one,
Skip.
and then this second one.
Well, we're almost 10 minutes into the video.
Then
Rise of the Tomb Raider.
I want to start walking around this mountain peak. On the topic of skipping cutscenes, when you want to skip a cutscene, you have to press keys. You have to press some keys in order to get the skip cutscene prompt to appear in the lower left corner, and then you have to press space to skip the cutscene.
Oh.
I recommend that you do not just mash space in order to skip cutscenes, because that will actually make it take longer to skip the cutscene.
Huh.
What you want to do is you want to mash a different key, for example, the right mouse button, the left mouse button, or E. I personally mash E to skip through cutscenes, and then as soon as the skip cutscene prompt appears in the lower left corner, you want to press space once to skip it.
That's really weird.
That usually makes it so you can skip cutscenes quite a lot quicker. Also, if you haven't noticed by now, I also have a keyboard overlay, keyboard and mouse really, in the lower left hand corner as well. That's just so you can see what inputs I'm making for certain skips. In this tutorial, I hope I'll be explaining most of my inputs. But if it's ever unclear what buttons I'm pressing, have a look in the lower left hand corner. That should make it very obvious when I'm pressing different buttons and what buttons I'm pressing. So I've been waiting right here for quite a while because I wanted to get all that explaining out of the way. As soon as you step onto this conspicuous patch of snow, you start an event. Lara will slide down this hill. And you just have to press E, and then Lara will grab onto the bottom of this, like this. So right here you just press E, and then you're fine. So right here you can see in the lower right hand corner this icon. That icon means that the game is auto saving. Every time that icon appears, the game is either loading or auto saving. Like, if you're just playing the game normally, that always means it's auto-saving. But if your sequence breaking in the speedrun, sometimes that just means that it's loading without actually giving you an autosave, just to make that clear. But that icon will be very important to look out for later on. Right here, you want to slide down this hill, and as soon as that icon appears, you want to pause the game and exit to main menu. And now, next up, you want to press continue, but before I do that, I'll explain what I'll do next. So, in the loading screen, okay, I'll actually load right now just to explain it. So in the loading screen, you can see right above the Tomb Raider logo, you can see the circle animation. That animation always, pretty much always takes the same amount of time when you're loading, like when you're clicking continue here. It always takes the same amount of time, but it's dependent on your PC. So it'll take a different amount of time on your PC than it will take on my PC. But on your PC, it will always take the same amount of time. So what you want to do right here, and this is where that binding dodge to mouse wheel down comes into play. What you don't want to do right here is you want to see how many circles of that animation it takes until it loads. And then you want to scroll down just before the game is done loading. And if you do that right, let's hope I don't mess it up here. Yeah, I nearly got it there. So if Lara just lets go, that means that you scrolled a bit late. If nothing happens, that means you scrolled a bit too early.
Oh, I can't just like continuously scroll?
So yeah, if you do it just right, you will roll like that. You want to press to the right away, and then you want to roll to over here. And as soon as you reach this hill...
Alright, let's boot up the game and try it. Boot up the game. Let's go configure all the keybinds and all the good stuff. Click play. Oh, I need to make it so it doesn't pop up. We gotta actually play the game. It's gonna cap it 100. Okay, capped at 100. Cool. Let's get audio. Oh, my headphones might just be cranked. I'll try subtitles in this one. They didn't really work too well in 2013. Double buffered off. Apply changes. It did not give me, my 1440p. It's running at like 1080p. Gameplay, that on, this off. Graphics, screen effects, lens flares, bloom. I'm gonna leave everything like where it is, just because I think I can hit 100 for it and be fine. If I run into issues, obviously we'll turn it down. Key bindings. Did it save from? It did. Cool. Let's see. Drop dodge. Just put mouse up. Aim mouse down. Okay. And if I need to change something else, we can. Why can't I do 14? I think this is what I had before. Does this actually... Yeah, this is basically borderless. Unless you do exclusive. So I think that's what I want. Okay.
What makes someone reach beyond the boundaries of human experience?
The trail leads up the mountain. We'll have a good view of the valley beyond from the summit.
Whoa.
Let's take it easy here. This wind is crazy.
We just need to keep moving.
Hey, even if we don't find anything up here, your dad would be proud.
I know.
It feels so nice playing on ESDF again. WSD is so awful. Got the patch of snows up here.
Shit!
You okay?
Lost my footing. I'm fine.
No! Laura!
No, I'm dead. God, I thought you could just stand there, but it doesn't seem that's the case. I'm just gonna try something. I'm just gonna free scroll. Okay. Okay, so you have to keep go. Okay. Back to the VOD. Should have probably watched.
You want to just roll just right. So yeah, if you do it just right, you will roll like that. You want to press to the right away, and then you want to roll to over here. And as soon as you reach this hill, you want to just hold forward and maybe tap left and right a bit until Lara walks up right here.
Okay. I just want to get to a spot where I can stand, and then we'll do the glitchy game. No, there's no glitches in this. Was I too low? It doesn't seem too hard to start it, at least. Yeah, like I'm not free scrolling, but I can just like continuously scroll, and it seems to work pretty much every time. Okay, that's not bad. Hey, first trick. Start it. Not first trick learned, but start it.
So
And then we'll watch the rest of it.
Just there is what we call an airwalk. It's different from a skywalk, just to get that out of the way right away. An airwalk and a skywalk are different things.
It's gonna be confusing because they call the other ones airwalks.
As you can see, it just allows
It's out
you
of
to walk on
a
air.
bad habit.
You actually lose a tiny bit of height over time, so you can't just roll around for a minute and then try to get up here, because there's actually a death plane very close to where we are walking through the air, so you have to make sure that you get over to this hill that I'm on right now rather quickly. I'll actually do this again just to make it more obvious as to where you have to go. So yeah, you roll, you...
Okay, you don't have to go to the
roll
edge.
here,
Oh,
and
okay.
then you
It's
go
right
up
there.
the hill
Perfect.
right here. Oh, that was actually very quick. Also important, during the airwalk, whilst the airwalk's active, that means until you're standing safely up here, you do not want to press jump, because jumping cancels the airwalk. And as I already said, there's a death plane right below the height that you are airwalking at, so you'll just die. Anyways, next up, you want to walk through the side of the mountain right here, and go over to this spot right here where it's kind of sticking out. Then you want to angle yourself over there, and then you want to jump forward, and mid-air you want to press E and jump again like this. Ah, okay, that was actually a slightly wrong angle. So if you're angled wrongly, Lara will just, like, you will see her kind of hacking at the air but still sliding off. If you do it right, it'll look like this. And you can see, like, this is so steep that even if I'm standing still, Lara will just kind of slide off. So what you want to do is you want to climb up this hill by continuously pressing E and then jumping right afterwards. What you don't want to do, what many people do because they think it's easy, is you don't want to just spam E and space.
Ah, okay. You got a little time it.
Right here it doesn't matter too much, but it's just, I just don't want you to get into the habit of doing that, because if you spam E and space, it's actually very likely that you just slide back down the mountain in some cases. So just right over the back, right here it doesn't matter, but get used to just pressing E space, E space, E space,
E space.
Approximately in that
It's like
rhythm,
esports, but in space.
Depends on how steep the slope is you want to climb up. But yeah, this is the first instance of AX climbing, as we call it. That's because of, on the console you have to press A and X to get up there. Anyways, you want to jump over to here.
Oh, that's because you use a climbing
and
axe.
then you want to do
it.
a few more climbs to get up here.
Oh
now
boy.
you want to jump onto this rock like this.
Alright, hold on. I gotta.
And then
I gotta take those one steps. I know this is a very very long trick. I don't really want to get lost. Is it here? Oh, she can die there. It's take forever? I mean, yeah. Oh, it goes all the way back too. Oh, damn. Okay, hold on. Maybe I should watch. Maybe I should watch it all the way through, then try. That'd be a good idea. Like, I want to learn steps because I know it's a long one and it's gonna be easy to get lost, but.
and then you want to do it up there. Anyways, you want to jump over to here. E space, approximately in that rhythm, but it kind of depends on how steep the slope is you want to climb up. But yeah, this is the first instance of AX climbing, as we call it. That's because of, on the console you have to press A and X to get up there. Anyways, you want to jump over to here, and then you want to do a few more climbs to get up here. Now you want to jump onto this rock like this, and then you want to jump into this rock that's right in front of me. You can kind of see a seam here. You want to jump to over here, and then when you turn the camera like this, you can kind of see on the left there's this snow wall right ahead. There's the stone wall, and then above Lara's head there's also snow. The snow above Lara's head actually has collision, so don't jump on top of that, because then you'll just be stuck in bounds. You want to stay out of bounds. And right now you want to jump, you want to walk along this ice wall like this until you hit a load trigger. You will see that you hit the load trigger because this wall that's in front of me right now will just disappear like that. See, it just disappeared. Now there's no more wall in front of me. if you don't hit the load trigger right away, just take a few steps back and walk in this direction again. Anyways, as soon as you hit the load trigger, turn this way and walk forwards until the camera is kind of through the ground so you can actually see something. And then you want to go over here, jump out here, and now you have
So precise until it's like, and just run over here. Okay, hold on.
Through the ground so you can actually see something. And then you want to go over here, jump out here, and now you have to kind of do a curved jump. It's not too difficult, just don't press E during the jump. This is actually important later on as well. If you press E mid-air, Lara will pull out her climbing axe, so she will automatically cling onto anything that she can climb on when she jumps into it, but it also locks her rotation and it makes it impossible to do curved jumps. So just jump over here and then hold right mid-jump to jump back onto this rock. And now you just want to climb up the rock like this, jump over here. Right here you want to point the camera slightly to the right, because otherwise Lara just kind of doesn't want to climb up sometimes. Turn around right here. This rock to the right here is kind of significant if you need a visual aid, and then climb up here. Next up, you want to jump up here, and then you need to jump onto this part, but as you can see, this is not too easy. You have to have just the right angle, just like this. If you jump too far right, Lara won't climb up, and if you jump too far left, you'll just fall. So yeah, you have to
Just
kind of
fall.
get that angle down, but missing it isn't too big of a deal. It just loses you a few seconds. So next up, you can kind of see Lara disappearing here. That's something that just kind of happens when you're out of bounds. You'll have to get used to it. Anyways, you can see these pillars in front of me that just appeared out of nowhere. So there's actually multiple ways to do this next part. I think I'll just show off the easiest way to do this. Even though this is kind of tricky, I might do this again. I'm not sure. So the easiest way is just jump over here, and you'll see Lara kind of lands on nothing. You need to jump over to the side enough, otherwise you just fall. And then you wanna walk towards this stone right here and climb up it. Again, right here, this is the first time that it actually matters. Right here you have to press E and space. If you spam E and space, you'll just slide down the rocks. So that's very important.
So a little Thor sliding back there.
This rock sticking up kind of in the middle of the screen right now. It's rather dark. That rock actually extends downwards as well. So you want to jump into these icicles that are in front of me right now. Then you want to do a wall jump. So you just spam space as you're jumping that way, and you want to turn the camera right, and then you just want to keep climbing up the rock like so. So that was the wall jump, and I didn't turn in time, so I just slid off the mountain. Okay, this is actually somewhat of a good thing. It's not really good, but as you can see, if you die, like, if you recall earlier we jumped into that rock, and then we were below this floor and walked over here to hit the loading trigger. As soon as you hit that loading trigger, you also get a checkpoint, and if you die after that, you get sent back up here, and then you just can't do the out of bounds anymore. So usually what I do at that point is I just reset the run.
Not a reset.
Of course, you might just want to continue. You might just want to continue on. Anyways, I'll just load back to this point and play back to where we were. But yeah, if you don't want to do this out of bounds that I'm doing right now, The only real alternative to this is just doing this part the casual way.
Not the casual way.
I realize that this is a very hard skip, and on your first ever run, so right here I didn't hit the low trigger. On your first ever run, you probably don't want to do this skip unless you're very determined. So if you don't feel comfortable doing this, just do it the casual way. That's generally my advice. Whenever you don't feel comfortable doing a certain skip we do, just do it the casual way. There's some skips that you will have to do if you don't just want to do everything casually, but I'll point those out as they come along. Anyways, it's kind of a shame that I failed to show off the other way, but pretty much all you have to do there is, where I did the wall jump, you just have to turn the camera in time and then climb up the rock. So another way of doing this is just jumping over here. Again, don't spam E and space, just press them in sequence. Climb up to the very top. Be careful not to overshoot this rock. Then turn this way. And now you wanna land on the part, like you can see this white rock that's right in front of Lara. You wanna land on that slanted part you can see right next to her head. And then you wanna jump onto the rock that's to the right, like so. You need to jump off of this snow rock immediately because you kind of slide off of it. So you need to be a bit quick about that, and your camera angle has to be just right. But if you practice that a bit, you should be able to get it very consistently. Next up, you might have noticed that your camera seems to just kind of lock up occasionally during this skip. This is caused by the skywalk that we did earlier. It's not actually caused by the skywalk itself, but the point where we do the skywalk, your camera is kind of supposed to be locked behind Lara, and because we do the skywalk, there's kind of a remnant trigger that's still occasionally locking your camera. So yeah, if you're having trouble with the camera, that's why. Generally, the easiest way to get the camera to turn is just turn Lara the way you want to face first and then turn it. That way you should always be able to turn it. Anyways, next up you want to jump over to this pillar right here. Don't land on the front part. You can kind of see there's a front part and a back part.
Well, I think what he's trying to say is it's because the airwalk skips the trigger that would like unlock the camera is why it's that way. You just never hit the trigger to do that. So it's not really the airwalk itself, it's
like kind of in the middle of the back part. And then you see there's a front part and a back pillar right here. That way you should always be able to turn it. Anyways, next up you want to jump over to this pillar right here. Don't land on the front part. You can kind of see that.
No, you don't know.
Back part. You want to land like kind of in the middle of the back part.
You don't know anything.
And then you want to jump this way. The stuff that's in front of me right now doesn't have collision, but there's something below it that does. It's right here. You can, if I tilt the camera down, you can kind of see the part that I'm actually standing on. And you can see it ends right here, so you have to jump a bit further, but yeah, it's right here. And then you just want to walk off right here. Next up, what you want to do is, you probably want to turn the camera around for this because it makes it easier to see. I generally don't do that, but yeah, you can see this climbable surface below. So what you want to do is, you want to walk off by pressing down, and then midair you want to press up and E, like so, to grab onto this. And then you just want to climb up like this. So right here, occasionally when you do this skip.
Okay, I think that's where the end of the skip is. We'll learn into this.
There, and this cutscene starts.
Well, 26 minutes in.
Frame of the cutscene, and then the game will just freeze. It just happens. We don't know any way to avoid it. We don't know.
Yeah, I'm just gonna learn this way, and I'll watch the record, like offline in between stuff.
We don't really know why it happens. If it does happen to you,
because I have his VOD up, but
just restart the game.
Like this VOD's already gonna be long enough to watch.
Here, so if you just restart the game and click continue, you should continue from this point onwards. Sometimes you don't get the checkpoint, and you get sent back to the checkpoint that I talked about earlier. So if that happens, either you don't care and you just continue doing this the casual way, or you reset the run. I usually just reset the run when I crash like this. But yeah, just to clarify, there's a medium high chance that you will crash right here. Which is
yeah, but doing that for every part of it is just gonna take time.
When you're getting into this run, but it's a very major.
I mean, taking 20 minutes, like, there's plenty of stuff. Like, I would love to have 20 minutes on the Skywalks and Tomb Raider 2013. Like, there's stuff that is very, very particular for skips like this that is worth diving into. So I don't mind. Okay, we go here, into the wall. Oh yeah, that camera lockup. Jeez. Okay. I might have to change my my meat. Not my meat. I was gonna say meat hook. The hook key. 'Cause that's on W, and that's just kind of awkward to hit repeatedly. My meatball key. I mean, at least it's not bad to start. It's just a matter of learning where to walk and everything. Hell yeah. One moment. Well, okay, now I can't get it. What the hell? This seemed pretty easy and consistent. And now that I'm actually trying to do it, doesn't want to work. Okay, through the wall. Yeah, I might change that to R. And we're rolling. think I went too high.
out of, and you get environment skip. You get the of course. But yeah, if you don't want to do this out of bounds that I'm doing right now, the only real alternative to this is just doing
Okay, jump up that part.
this part the
see.
casual way. So and
jump over there. Okay, okay. I definitely went too high, but that's fine. Am I walking too far? Not far enough? Gotta remember how aggressive her jumps are. Okay. Like her jumps are aggressive until you need them to be like super aggressive, and then they're just like not enough. Okay. No. Alright, I I gotta pee real quick. Before lunch. Alright, now I can concentrate on getting the skip properly. No. How could this happen to me? No, oh Lord, Macaroni Craft. The movement's so aggressive sometimes. Then through here. Woo! Okay. I think that the camera thing definitely doesn't help with the... The aggressive camera. Or aggressive movement of stuff. Okay, it's way up. Okay, that's why I fucked it up last time.
I realize that this is a very hard skip.
Where does he walk into it?
On your first ever run, so right here I didn't hit the low trigger. On your first ever run, you probably don't want to do this.
Okay. It's might have been in here. I'm just not hitting it. He's further over this way. Hey! Walk out here. Then around. I should watch the rest of this again.
Skip.
Down here.
Unless you're very determined.
Walk in,
so
jump out and around, then climb. I think we get up there.
If you don't feel comfortable doing this, just do it the casual way. That's generally
Oh, okay, and then go a little right. Going down this side. Here.
Advice: whenever you don't feel comfortable doing a certain,
If I fail this and I get the other checkpoint, I'll just go through it casually. Because what I'll probably do for runs is kind of like how I do 2013 of because I don't care too much about times early on and getting the first skip of the run. Is I'll go for it, and if I get the checkpoint and I fail, then I'll just go casually. If I get the whole trick, we'll keep that, and if I don't get the checkpoint, then I'll just keep going for it until, you know, one of the two outcomes happens. So I'd like to know the full thing if possible, but for now, if I just happen to die here,
certain skip we do,
we'll just
do it the
casual way.
There's some skips
Okay, jump there.
that you will have
Up
to do.
there. On that
If you
part, okay.
You don't just want to do everything casually, but I'll point those out as they come along.
Oh, okay, we get on the
Anyways,
left side.
It's kind of a shame that I failed to show off the other way, but pretty much all you have to do there is, where I did the wall jump, you just have to turn the camera in time and then climb up the rock. So another way of doing this is just jumping over here. Again, don't spam E and space, just press them in sequence. Climb up to the very top. Be careful.
Okay, let's see if I can get that far. I gotta back up. Oh, jeez. Oh, okay. Well, Learning the other way. Alright, what's the casual method for getting through here? I still might change my my hook keybinds.
Should be enough time. We're almost to the top.
I don't know what I'll change it to though. I'll think about it. I might put it on a mouse button.
We're close to something giant.
Okay, so skip this cutscene.
Feel it. Just as last
Hit space, skip, thank you.
But keep close to the wall.
Okay. Looks like we climb from here.
Keep your eyes open for falling ice.
Right. You ready?
Let's do it.
Whoa. Oh, I need to actually grab it. I thought it would auto do it. Hell yeah.
Feels pretty solid here, but keep close to the wall.
Okay. Looks like we climb from here.
Keep your eyes open for falling ice.
Right.
There's lots of loose ice up here.
Let's
Well, you know, I'm not a filthy cheater.
stay with me.
Look out!
Oh shit.
That was close.
Hell yeah. Dead.
There's lots of loose ice up here.
Let's take it slow and steady. Just stay with me.
Look out!
Oh shit.
That was close.
Crypto spams, hell yeah. Shit.
Dig in. Can you make it across?
I can make it.
Holy shit! I don't think I can make that jump.
Stay there. I'll anchor a line for you at the top.
All right, I'll give you some slack.
Alright, this is where you drop back in, I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. Yeah, this is where you would drop back in. So it's not like that bad. I should probably watch it from here then. Yeah, so even if I have to do it that way, that's fine. Let's go back to the VOD. We can skip past this, blah blah blah, blah blah, blah blah.
Down you can here.
I mean, this takes a long time to go through. So it probably isn't like even that big, but I also don't know how the record does it. Like I said, I'll watch through the record on my own time.
For this because it makes it
See where things change.
I generally don't do that, but
Even if I learn a strat that I end up not using because it gets skipped or whatever, it's still a good backup to know. So it's fine.
yeah, you can see this walk off by climb up like this.
Okay.
Like first we if it game
Talking about the crashing stuff.
So anyways,
okay.
Right here there's like one scripted event. Right here you have to press jump and E to get up here. And now there's this kind of this cutscene playing. You just wanna mash through it and skip it as soon as possible.
The mash slinging,
Here,
the hash
for this
bringing.
part, you wanna hold back as soon as it loads, and then you always wanna swing as far as possible. Like as soon as Lara doesn't have any more momentum, change directions. And if you do that, you should be able to get that to get this first part of this in 2 swing cycles. Getting the second part in 2 swing cycles isn't nearly as hard, but getting the first part in 2 swing cycles, you just kind of have to time your inputs well. It's not super hard, but you do have to kind of practice it a bit. Right here, the camera is very janky. What you optimally want to do is jump over there, and jump up here. And then right here, you want to jump into this moving snow rather than walk into it, because that way you save a bit of time because you don't have to walk through all of it. Coming up on this slope, the game tells you to press E. You don't want to press E, just hold left here, and as soon as you fall off, press E to instantly grab onto this wall and then just climb up. This way you save.
Yeah,
like,
but there's still like minor
it's
time
pretty
save
much a
stuff.
free skip.
You know?
And right here, you wanna just run along. The camera right here is still terrible.
Like, knowing when to do,
Just
like, jumps into
to it a
cutscenes
bit.
and stuff is very
And
small
then at
time
the end,
save
just
that just
jump and
adds
press
up.
E. And that's the mountaintop done.
I guess we'll just run to the end of the mountain. Anytime I learn, it's either, like, to the end of an area or into, like, the next big trick. So we'll learn up until there. Whoa!
Quick!
Oh, I fucked up.
To the other side!
I'm not gonna get in 2 swings.
I can't hold on much longer.
I was holding forward, not backwards.
No! No! Laura! I can't hold you! The rope is slipping!
Whoa!
Oh shit! Move, goddammit!
Go back, Jonah! Get to shelter!
Ah, I didn't jump. Whoa. Hell yeah. Whoa, I did it. I beat the mountaintop. 2 weeks earlier. Back to the VOD.
Now there's just a few cutscenes to skip. But that's the entirety of the mountaintop.
Highest
And
quality
also a lot of
climbing axes
general
made of
explanation
pure
already. The rest of the
unobtainium.
tutorials shouldn't be as slow moving as the mountaintop. There's just a lot of explanation. I had to get out of the way right away. And mountaintop is also rather technically difficult.
Zurück mehr. Es muss hier sein.
But yeah, now I'm in Syria. The beginning of this doesn't really have any noteworthy skips. There's some minor movement optimizations when climbing.
Darüber gab es doch etwas in Dad's
Just have a look at how I'm climbing up. Like on most walls we have like predetermined climbing patterns. For example, right here I grab onto the very right to skip grabbing onto that middle edge, and right here I can jump to the right at that point. Right here you can jump to the right from the middle part.
Wow.
But those are just small optimizations that we do all over the place when we're climbing. But most of them just save a few seconds. Right here, just roll up this hill
That'll make them obtainium.
and then go through this.
Oh, we have to watch Avatar 2.
So coming up, the game kind of wants to introduce you to the language skill, but we don't need any of that in the runs. So you just roll over here to this crack in the wall and get out of here right away.
Uncultured speedrun.
Right here, the camera can sometimes play a trick on you. Sometimes the camera really wants to point in a certain direction, so it randomly just does this. And if you just hold forward and you're not ready, it can easily cause you to walk off a cliff. That's just something that kind of happens, and it really sucks, but there's not much you can do about it. You can just anticipate it. So yeah, right there I did some more predetermined climbing just to get up there as fast as possible. And then right here, what you want to do is you want to keep as soon as Lara stands up, jump up, and instead of jumping straight forward mid-air, you want to let go of forward for half a second and then hold forward again to make Lara grab onto this ledge. If you just jump off the pillar and land on this, like, you can land right here, but if you do that, you'll actually trigger like a 5-second cutscene. So just stop mid-air for like half a second and then hold forward again to grab onto the ledge like I just did to skip that cutscene. Right here you can jump over to this right half right away if you angle your jump right, and then you don't need to climb over to the right, you can just jump right.
Oh, he's running on 980.
And then climb to the right.
Trying to get 100 frames.
So right here, this is just a 30-second segment where you just have to hold W and nothing else. So whilst I'm doing this, or whilst I'm not doing anything, I want to talk a bit more about climbing. So the climbing controls in this game are pretty terrible. For some reason, whenever you press a direction whilst you're climbing, there's like a half-second delay on your inputs. This is especially noticeable when you're jump climbing, which is mostly what we do during, like, whenever we have to climb anywhere, we're jumping along the wall. We're not climbing because the climbing takes ages. But when jump climbing, this input delay gets very noticeable. So if you climb upwards and then you hold right and press space, Lara will actually jump up because you were climbing upwards like less than half a second before that. If you want to jump right, you have to first hold right for half a second and then press space. It's very stupid, and I occasionally forget about it as well. So if you ever see me jumping off the wrong way, that's probably the reason why. Anyways, right here, as soon as you get this checkpoint, what you can do, this is a 2-second time save. So if you just forget about this checkpoint, don't just pause and try it anyway, just let this happen. But there's like a small animation where Lara stands up here, so to skip that animation you can just pause and reload checkpoint to make her stand up right away. But you have to wait for the checkpoint to appear in the lower right hand corner. Otherwise you'll get set back before this tunnel, which wastes a lot of time. So next up, right here, there's a very hard skip that you can do. I'll try to explain it once.
I'm gonna get up to this point before you watch any more then.
No turning back. It has to be here.
It has to be.
Dad's research about this.
It was said the Prophet's tomb was hidden in the cliffs above one of the forgotten cities. Legend speaks of an oasis where the Prophet was laid to rest.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Something's here.
Alright, don't jump into it, just hold into it. I'm learning.
Incredible.
No, she's wading through water.
A secret entrance.
Whoa, so secretive. Well, you're in water, it's just like waist deep though.
It's amazing.
Or like ankle
Dad
deep.
could have seen this.
Scramble. Yep. Bum, 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 bum.
Oh no. They're already here. Got to get inside.
Nice. Okay, maybe I don't want to use my axes. Maybe just grab it. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. Oh, why'd you? Oh, okay. The delay actually is terrible. Like, it's kind of bad in 2013. It seems way worse than this. In the changing directions department. Oh, could I have scrambled up that? I guess so. Scramble jumps. Well, like switching directions when she's climbing. So like instead of going right here, if I want to climb up, like I was completely holding up and not right at all. You like legitimately have to wait till she starts turning. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
The Order of Trinity pursued the Prophet and his people relentlessly until finally confronting them in their hidden oasis.
This is one of those things like you always want to go faster when you can, but it's just a part where you just shouldn't try to go faster there. It's just like not worth it.
Damn it. Come on.
Scorpions. Scorpines. I'm not doing this time saver.
Armed soldiers against religious pilgrims. The Order of Trinity.
All right, back to the VOD.
I do not at all recommend that you do this when you're getting into this. This is a very hard skip to pull off. It's very precise and can be very annoying, and it only saves like 20 to 25 seconds when you're doing it.
It's massive.
Fully. I really do not recommend you do this unless you're very good at the game already. Anyways, when walking up to this, you can just kind of hold aim and turn the camera around early. And now what the game wants you to do is shoot that. But what you can do instead is...
the up clip.
Okay, so I haven't explained clipping yet, so I'll probably do that now. Even though this is not the best... This is not the best place to explain clipping. You can see, you kind of get trapped in this spike trap. Not the way it's meant to trap you, but the way it does usually. So... Anyways, these spikes don't actually hurt you. So you want to go into this corner, turn your back to the, turn around the camera like this, aim about here, hold backwards, and then scramble. Usually I just scroll down to scramble. I don't use C because it's out of the way. I don't want to take my fingers off the arrow keys, I'll just call them. But yeah, this is how clipping works throughout most of the game. You turn your back to the wall you're trying to clip through. You aim.
I'm assuming it's the same as 2013's.
And then you turn your camera to the right.
Oh, this one.
This one,
turn the
however,
camera.
is very specific. You have to turn your camera very slowly to about this point. You also have to let go of back. It's exceedingly stupid. Like, right now I already messed up because I waited too long. It's very hard to do this and also explain everything you have to do here. And you can see you can kind of get stuck on this trap. So what you want to do is you want to scramble into it, hold back. As soon as you've turned the camera a bit, let go of back. And now I got ejected because I didn't turn the camera fast enough. You can see this is stupid. You want to... Okay, I got ejected again. Turn the camera. Keep turning it up to this point. Then turn it back to the left a bit. And now you can kind of see... this is exactly what you don't want to have happen. That's exactly what you do not want to have happen. You don't want to clip through the trap. That's not the point of this. I think I'll just do this and then explain what I did. So you do this. You turn the camera like this. Nope. Not right. I got ejected. Okay, like this. Now you hold up and right until you see that. And like until you get to this point, and then you can just hold back, and now you're out of bounds.
Nice.
A very weird clip. This is one of the weirdest out of bounds in the game. And it's very weird to get. You just kind of have to aim right, then turn the camera back left a bit, and then it's just, you'd have to practice it a lot. As I said, it's really stupid. I do not at all recommend you do it if you're starting off, but this is kind of supposed to be a complete guide how to do everything, so I am showing it off. Anyways, right here you have to kind of go straight. You have to stay out of bounds, but as you can see right there, if you're too far to the right, you'll just fall off because there's a very narrow seam out of bounds that you have to navigate on. Anyways, let me just do this again to show off the rest, because that's not all there is to that skip. No, that out of bounds by itself. So yeah, sometimes you just have to hold up and right for a very long time before you to get clipped out there. What I did there, as soon as the camera started spazzing out, I just kept holding it in the same direction. I didn't keep turning it. Anyways, what you want to do here is you want to be just out of bounds. But as I said, there's a very narrow seam here, so you want to jump along that like this. You don't want to clip back inbounds. Then this is very dark, but you want to jump onto this part of the pillar. Well, it doesn't matter if you fall down right here, but yeah, you want to go down here, walk to the end of this. You want to walk to over here, and then you want to jump over to here. Now you need to swim straight. You need to dive, swim straight ahead, and now you're kind of below the tunnel. What you want to be is, you want to be just to the right of the tunnel, like this. You want to swim along like this. But the thing right here is, if you're too far to the right, you'll no longer be in the water hitbox, and you will fall. The water hitbox isn't actually as wide as this visual suggests, so you have to stay very close to this. Anyways, as soon as you reach this point, turn the camera left like this, and go straight to clip back and bounce. And then you just walk to over there, and then you just walk to over there to go back inbounds, like so. And then another important part, if you do this out of bounds that I just did, you have to wait here, wait until the checkpoint appears, and as soon as you get this checkpoint, you have to reload checkpoint. If you do not do that, you won't be able to run anymore, and you effectively won't save any time because you'll move so slowly for the rest of this segment. So it's really important to reload checkpoint right here. Anyways, I'll show off how to do this the other way. It's mostly casual, but there's some minor optimizations, so I'll do that.
Whoa.
Anyways, it should be this save. I really hope it is. If you're loading a part that you didn't just exit from... Yeah, okay, this is the wrong one. Loading in this game can take very long. Anyways, what you usually want to do is just shoot this thing right away. Go underneath it. Right here, just keep rolling, because that's the fastest form of movement you have up to this point. Right here, just shoot that thing. Crack open this wall. And climb up onto this. If you're too fast, then you can't grab that part like I just did, so you probably want to wait half a second before you try jumping up there to actually save some time. And then right here, you want to shoot that trap as fast as possible, and then just spammy. And
You'll spammy.
As you may or may not see, this is actually the tunnel that I was swimming next to.
Hold Umschlag.
And yeah, now I'm pretty much back to where I was when I did the out of bounds. When you do this the normal way, you don't have to reload checkpoint though. You only have to do that when you do the out of bounds.
I'm gonna give it one try.
Damn it. That was too close.
Oh jeez. Got a nice spear through the gut. Okay, well I think I'm fine if I just clip through to just keep going. Like,
They're blasting their way in.
that's fine.
Let's hope this works.
Oh my god, my leg. Oh, okay. We gotta hold that to go faster. Nice. Don't have to mash any buttons. Cool beans, cool beans, cool beans. Whoa, VOD time. Yeah, I don't see how it saves that much time. It might be less than that. I don't know. I mean, if you do it fast enough, it would definitely save time. I could see it being like 20 seconds or so.
Bounce. Anyways, next.
Right, because you have to shoot the platform, break the wall, wait for the water to rise up, go down, go through the stumble animation. Then your foot gets trapped, so you have to shoot the other thing, break out of it. Like, it's not a huge time save, but I could see it being 20 seconds.
Next up, there's a small skip. It's not.
Oh.
It saves like 3 seconds, but it's. Like
Should I watch this first?
And you only get one attempt at it, anyways, every time you do it. Unless you want a reload checkpoint. It really doesn't matter that much, but I'm gonna explain how to do it. So as soon you wanna, preferably you wanna run into this fog. As soon as Lara starts automatically, like as soon as you touch the fog, Lara will automatically start walking towards, she will automatically start walking forward. As soon as you touch the fog, you want to let go of W. And then at a specific time, you want to press W again.
When it's just
turn the
pog.
camera to
Yo,
the right of it,
foggies.
and press space. I usually use the music as an audio cue. You can kind of hear the trumpet. You can kind of hear, I think it's a trumpet. I'm just gonna call it a trumpet. It makes like dun dun, and on the second tone you want to press W, turn the camera to the right of it, and press space again. You can also use a visual cue. You can just count it out. It's always the same time it takes, and it's not too big a deal if you don't get it. Let's hope I get it here to show it off. So yeah, let go. And I didn't get it there. I kind of got it. Like, I still got an early jump.
It seems like way too much work for whatever time this saves.
Damn, I didn't get it again.
Also, I don't hear the music at all.
I think I'm pressing it a bit late. Oh yeah, like that.
Whoa!
Right there. When you time it just right, you get kind of a boost jump, and you want to turn the camera to the right because otherwise you just land in the water there, and you don't really save any time because you still.
How do you do it?
Kind of got it. Like I didn't get it there, and it's not too big a deal. Just count it out. It's always the same. Press W, turn the camera to the right of it, and press space. Again,
Okay.
Takes. So yeah, let go. And I didn't get it there.
I remember seeing this, but I didn't
Kind
realize
of
this was the
got
skip.
it, like I'm usually better at it. I think I'm pressing it a bit late. Oh yeah, like that.
Whoa.
You see, right there, when you time it just right, you get kind of a boost jump, and you want to turn the camera to the right because otherwise you just land in the water there, and you don't really save any time because you still have to swim. But if you do it just right, you'll land about here, which saves you the time of having to go over here. It's very minimal, but yeah, that's how you do that. And then next up, you can just, if you're not comfortable doing this next skip, just solve this water puzzle and that water puzzle as intended.
Nah.
But what I do here is I aim like this, then I hold W and D,
Okay.
and then I aim at this spot. You can kind of see there's this weirdly shaped dark spot here, and then there's this dark spot above it. I aim at this dark spot, and then I let go of all the keys like this. Next up, I tap W and space, and then once I'm mid-air, I hold right mouse button. I hold aim like this. Okay, as you can see, when you slide off the hill, that means that you turn the camera slightly too far right, or that you press W for too long. You really would just want to tap W like that. And then you want to hold aim mid-air so that Lara starts aiming as soon as she lands. So when you land, you want to aim uphill. You want to press F or melee, whatever you have bound melee to. You want to press melee, turn the camera, and jump over there.
Whoa.
If you do it right, she will melee up the hill. Then you turn around and grab this.
Did you jump at all
there.
for
You
that?
have bound melee too.
Melee.
Press melee, turn the camera, and jump over there.
Oh yeah, and then jump. Okay.
If you do it right, and grab this. One important thing to notice: this skip will only work if you aim. Like, if you land in the right spot and then just try to melee, you will slide back down. So you have to I'm not in the right spot. That was too far. I'm kind of getting sloppy with my setup. Damn it. As you can see, even I'm having trouble with this. So yeah, if you don't aim, you can't get up the hill slope. If you're not comfortable doing it with just one melee, just press F again to get more time to turn the camera, and then just turn around and jump here. Sometimes
Stunning.
Okay. Well,
We
I didn't
made
get it.
Dad.
We made it, Dad. Whee! I assume I'm not getting far enough, yeah. Maybe I gotta turn it. Oh, I had it, but no, it's not frame perfect. It's just you got to be in the right spot. I was so used to in 2013. I have mouse wheel down, bound to jump, which is not in this game. This is bound to aim for something that we haven't gotten to yet. So I just literally didn't jump when I needed to. It's the problem there. Okay, my muscle memory still kicked in. I think as long as I just break that habit, I'll be fine. I know what I'm looking for. It's just, use that angle. Too far. No. Oh. I might have actually been in the right spot there. Oh, keep looking at this spot instead of this spot. This is the spot he's looking at, right? Game, let me alt tab. Get out of here.
Times letter.
Oh, okay. Yep. I thought so. So I was looking here when he's looking like here. Sort of important stuff. Yeah, okay. Yep, that's what it was. Just looking essentially too far right. Alright. Nice.
Even I'm having trouble with this. So
Doesn't
yeah,
seem
if
too
you
bad.
want melee, just press F again to get more.
It's just gonna be the habit of breaking of using scroll wheel down the jump instead of using spacebar.
Time to turn the camera, and then just turn around and jump here.
Isn't too bad at
Sometimes
all.
Lara will grab onto the ledge right here, and then you can't climb up. If that happens, just climb a bit to the left and then climb up. Anyways, just walk over here, climb up here, and then jump over this. Oh, wow. Okay. And jump. Oh my god. My jumps are very late right now. That's... Right here you want to jump as soon as you hit this trap, and then here's another trap that you need to jump over. And it's very hard to see the first time, but yeah. Then you want to... Either you do this the normal way. This skip only saves like 15 to 20 seconds, I think. If you're not... And it's a bit tricky to do. So if you're not comfortable doing it, just do this the normal way. But what you want to do here is you want to do 3 jump climbs. Like 3 times you want to press E space, E space, E space. And on with the third one you want to jump. You're gonna be about there when you do the third one, and you want to jump and grab this ledge right there. You need to turn the camera while you're doing it. So when you start doing it, your camera needs to be turned this way. And you need to turn the camera as you're doing it. And then on the third one, you want to jump over here. You just need to kind of practice this quite a bit. It's pretty tricky to get at first. But once you practice it, you should get very consistent at it. Yeah, right there I was a bit too far to the right. But yeah.
Doesn't seem too bad.
And then you just grab this. And you're done.
Whoa.
You want to climb up here?
I'll just watch the end of this segment before we hop back in game.
And now there's a minor skip during this next part. First off, you only want to kill one of these 2 guys, and then you want to keep going.
Nice.
And now you want to go up to this point, jump forward, jump around to the right, and keep jumping along these ledges. Jump over here, jump around this pillar, and jump over here.
Whoa.
And then over here. Be advised, the middle part of this doesn't have collision, so you can't land on it. And now you're back inbounds and can do the rest of this. So just jump over there and do the rest of this. Again, what you want to do here is just kill one of the guys. Run up to this point, jump over to here, and then jump on that ledge. Be advised, that skip is one of the trickier ones. And there's actually a timer running in the background, and if you're too slow, if you take too much time during this skip, you will actually just insta die. So the main reason why this skip is so difficult is that you have to actually execute it without any hiccups, because if you get stuck anywhere, for example, if you don't jump here and just try walking forwards, you can't get all the way up to here. And at this point, if I kept trying to do this skip, I would just die at some point at some point. So yeah, that's kind of that's one of the things that makes that skip so difficult. Anyways, if you don't want to do this skip, just swing along here. I actually took a lot of damage from that second guy. He can kill you, so not killing him is slightly risky, but usually he doesn't kill you if you just keep running. Anyways, so right here we are again up to the point where the second one is.
I mean, I'll try to do it. Why
on
not?
the next part, you just You just want to keep jumping, and right here you want to jump late. And you want to keep jumping throughout that corridor.
Well, they said to keep one of them alive, so. I would think you want to keep one of them alive. Whoa. 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 Look at these jumps.
Inside.
Whoa-y wowers. Okay, I need to commit a little bit more on the last one. Press Q to activate survival instinct. Whoa, don't care. Yeah, okay. I was trying to do it in 4 jumps and not 3. That's not too bad. So I thought he meant 3 jumps besides the first one, like off the ground, which would make it 4 instead. It's 3 including the one on the ground.
I got a hit!
Damn. Close. That wasn't bad.
Advancing! Cover me! Give me covering fire! Keep her down!
Keep her down. Oh, Jesus.
Give me suppressing fire!
Ah, shit.
Back me up!
Nice.
Cover me!
Yeah, that's the timer part of it. Just want to watch him do it properly one more time. I just want to see that end part where you, how many jumps you do. Jump there, jump around, one more. And there.
Give me suppressing fire!
I want to see where he jumps and like the angles and stuff. Whoa. Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, it's not like a huge time save, but not bad.
What's this?
What's this? Oh my god. Another skippable cutscene. Damn. Croft Manor. Scoop.
Jonah?
Okay. This is the part of the game where we go get some sticks.
And keep jumping along these ledges on it. I would just do this skip and leave it, and then you. Anyways, that cutscene right after that cutscene where Lara is sitting down is unskippable. These next
Jonah.
3 aren't though. So you will just want to skip through all these. This one can take a very long time until you can skip it because the game is loading a new map. And then there's this thing that you can also skip. Like that. Next up, there's a very boring part of the run. You just kind of walk through this snow and your movement is very limited. But it only lasts for a minute. Anyways, during those 3 cutscenes that just played, you sometimes randomly, most of the time, you just randomly get XP during the cutscenes. You can't really see it, but sometimes you don't. And if you don't, you won't level up at the next campfire. That's something you don't really have control over. I'll get back to it. I'll get back to it once I get to the campfire. I'm just telling you, yes, there is, for some reason, you sometimes randomly don't get enough XP.
So like that's stuff that's really good to know, because if you watch the record, they're gonna get the XP and be fine.
Walk up to these trees. You can actually press E when you're rather far away, like about here, and Lara will just slide over to them.
That's like a really good detail to know.
It's slide optimization. It's pretty much the only speed strat during this part. And now just walk back to that camp.
Now you know why, yeah. Just randomly. I wonder how often it happens. Like if it's 1 out of every 5 runs, 1 out of every 10.
Starts picking up a bit. So here you just have to skip I think 2 cutscenes. Yeah, this is the second cutscene. And right here you can see on the left hand side, I got a skill point. It says +1 on the left. If you didn't get enough XP, you'll still get XP. It'll still show you that you got XP there, but it won't say +1. If it doesn't say +1, you still want to mash through this. You just want to keep pressing enter until you get this bow. And then, if you do get enough XP right away, you would just want to go over to skills and get the skill that I'm going to get. If you don't get enough, stand up from the campfire. That will give you additional XP, and that should give you a level up.
Okay.
On very, very rare cases, you can actually get so unlucky that even after standing up from the campfire, you still don't get a level up. In that case,
What
you
a sick
just
game.
have to wait until the next campfire to get this skill. There's really nothing you can do about it. It also loses you 20 seconds if you can't get the skill here. It's just there's nothing you can do about it. It's very rare that it happens though. Anyways, you want to go over to the skill. You want to be careful. If you navigate through this menu very fast, you actually saw that there was a pop-up right after I sat down at the campfire. When I was still talking, there was a pop-up about alternate outfits. If you navigate this menu very quickly and you get to this screen, before the pop-up appears, wait on this screen until the pop-up appears and then click OK on the pop-up, because the pop-up actually, like when you click the OK button on the pop-up, it also clicks on whatever menu option you currently have selected. So if you're currently selected on either of these three, doesn't really matter, you want to go into Survivor. But if, for example, that forces you to click on Brawler, you can just click on this tab right up here to go into the Survivor tab.
And what are we buying?
Skill up this. If you go into this tab first, like it will look like this. And if you get the pop-up right here and click continue, you will automatically get this skill. But you don't want this skill. So it's very important that you wait for the pop-up to appear before you go into this menu right here. Anyways, you want to get Lightfoot, which is the third one from the right in the third category, in the Survivor category. And what this skill does is allows you to roll after a jump like this. And the reason we want that is because it's the fastest form of movement in the game by far. As I said earlier, if you can't get the skill here because you can get unlucky with XP, you'll actually lose 20 seconds. That's just because Lightfoot moves that much faster.
God damn.
There's nothing up to that point that you can actually do with Lightfoot. It's just because it moves faster. You don't really want to use it on downhill segments though, because it's slower then. But if you're going uphill or on even ground, you want to use it all the time. Right here, you're forced to walk slowly, so just just walk forwards instead of using the jump rolls. But from this point onwards, you can do jump rolls again, and you pretty much want to jump roll every way you can.
Oh, Scheiße. Was war denn das?
The bear.
Right here, just scroll down to dodge the bear. And then here, you can jump roll whilst running away from the bear. But there's deep snow here. If you accidentally land in that, the bear will catch you. So it's better to just stop jump rolling before you reach that deep snow and just run up to it and jump over it. You can also just run away from the bear instead of jump rolling away. Although jump rolling is faster. But you can't just walk away from the bear, because then the bear will also catch you because you're too slow. Anyway, that fighting the bear is just a few quick time events. Nothing too important. Now there's another cutscene.
Alright, I mean there's not a lot there, but screw it.
Got to find shelter.
Just run through it real quick. Let's see if I got unlucky, if I get the XP. Fun segments of gameplay.
Come on. You can do this. Move. no camp.
Whoa.
Okay. Got to start a fire. Okay. That's my work. Not enough to last the night. Need to gather more. Dry enough to burn. I hope. Fresh kill.
So scary.
Back to camp.
Alright. I should get enough. Should get plenty.
Move, damn it. Going to need a stronger bow. I wish this pain wasn't so familiar. Like looking an old enemy in the eye. It wants to take me down. It wants me to just lie down and die.
Hell yeah.
I can't. These ruins here. Mongolian. Trinity. They're here.
Do you copy? Oh, shit!
Oh shit. What the hell was that?
Oh my god. It's a bear. Oh, it's a quick time here? Oh, dodge, okay. Dodge, melee. And now I'm dead. Okay. Not bad, not bad. So I'm gonna skip. Back to the VOD. Hey, we crossed the hour mark in the VOD. We only got 3 hours to go.
And then right here, the game actually tells you to pick up ingredients for the healing. You don't actually need to pick up any of these. Like, the game tells you to pick up these plants. You don't need to. The game automatically gives you 1 healing leaf if you don't pick up any. So just ignore these and go straight for this box.
What a lovely box.
You can see in the right, in the upper right
I know there's an
corner,
out
you
of
can see
bounds.
the things I get, and you can see I just got a healing leaf afterwards. And then you need to hold V to heal.
For sure, there's a big out of bounds coming up.
And now after you do this, there's not really an alternative to this skip, so this is one of these skips that you pretty much have to do unless you want to waste a lot of time doing this the casual way. So either you fight the bear and go through the glacial caverns, which loses tons of time, or you do this skip, which honestly isn't all that hard. So what you have to do for this skip is you have to jump onto this rock. You want to be, like, if I'm looking this way, you want to be like slightly towards the left. If you're on top of it, that's also fine. But if you're on the right side of the rock like this, you can see Lara kind of slid off. If you're right here, it won't work. You have to be on top of the rock.
You guys better be taking notes. It's gonna be a quiz later.
Then you want to, again, aim away from the rock. Right there you can see I kind of got boosted forwards, and now I'm no longer standing on the rock. But you also don't want that to happen, so you have to do this a bit rather quickly. But yeah, you want to aim
backwards.
about there, so next to this healing plant.
Or just scramble backwards.
Hold backwards and just scramble like this, and that should get you up here. And now you want to keep holding. You want to, like, as soon as you clip up,
keep holding back and then tap right.
Come on. As soon as you clip up, you can hold right as well.
Yeah, this is one of those tricks that, like, learning
right,
2013's run and doing that
you want to wait until
helps out
off this
quite
part
a bit
before you turn the camera or let go of back. Like, if you just let go before Lara falls off right here, you'll just get pulled back in bounds. Anyways, right here, what you want to do is you want to jump over onto this platform.
Yeah, I know the method. It's just how to apply it.
Jump back here, and now you can see that it says Soviet installation on top of the screen. That's how you know you did this right. So you want to jump over there and get back here to get that text to appear, and then you just jump over here. You need to fall down here. Be careful not to be too far right, or you will fall into the abyss. And then just go into this cave up to approximately this point. Like, you want to go beyond this step and then just turn back. If you did it right, it should set best laid plans.
Hell yeah. Alright. So we need Soviet installation and then best laid plans.
Got to bind this wound.
I don't know if V's my healing button or not.
Those leashes stem the bleeding.
It might be on a mouse button, I don't know. I'll probably end up changing some buttons at some point in time. Give me that box. What's in the box?
An abandoned Cold War installation. What the hell is Trinity doing down there?
It is a mouse button. Aha! Thought ahead. I'm so smart.
More Mongol ruins. It looks
I'm so smart.
all the way through. Got to get past that bear.
Yeah, because I don't like V as a button. Okay. You go too far, pretty easy to climb back up. Cool. Yeah, like that's pretty easy. But knowing how to do those and having practiced them in 2013 and them being the same, it's just kind of... I know the tech, just need to know the path I have to take after the fact. Go past this rock. Okay. Best laid plan. Sheesh. Skip learned.
At the top of the screen like it just does for me. And the lighting out here should change a bit. Anyways, you need to do that in order to get this cutscene to trigger. Then you'll automatically just head down at this campfire. This is the next campfire that I talked about. So if you didn't have enough XP at the first campfire to get light,
you get it here.
This is where you should get it. Anyways, next up, there's multiple ways to do this.
This is the out of bounds I was thinking
this next
of.
part. Optimally, what you want to do is you want to walk to over here, just hold forward until...
Should sleep? Yeah, 4 a.m. It's a good sleep time.
Look this way, or that way. It's kind of preference. And now you want to do what's called a skywalk. I won't actually explain the details of skywalking right here. There's later on there is a spot where you have to do a skywalk. This is an kind of optional one. There's a very
I don't remember
there's a very quick alternative strat to this.
the record
So I
doing
won't go into
Skywalker.
skywalking too much right here. I'll just assume that you know how to do it. If you don't know how to do it, just wait until later into the video where I explain skywalking more in depth. Anyways, you want to jump up to this rock, trigger the skywalk like this, and then you should just be stuck here. Then you want to look. You want to have this tree that you can see up there about in the middle of the screen. Then you want to tap right and then press up left like this. And now you just want to go left and right and turn the camera accordingly. Like every time you switch from up left to up right, you also need to turn the camera accordingly, like I just did there. But yeah, you do that until you get up here. And then you want to jump to over there. Don't jump too far right. And don't just walk off. You need to jump over here. Like this. If you don't jump, you'll hit a death plane. Don't go too far right here or you'll get stuck behind an invisible wall as well. Next up, you want to jump to over here. Drop down here. And now just cross over these cards. And then right here, you can either walk up to this point and just press space to grab the rope, or something that's a bit quicker is you get on top of this wall, and then there's actually an invisible wall blocking you from going in here, so you have to kind of go around it like this. But yeah, now you're back in bounds and you just skipped a bunch of stuff, so all you have to do now is
Sheesh.
throw this.
Alright. Get the cutscene. Skip the cutscene, back out of the fire. Here. Okay. I'm assuming that Skywalk's the same. Maybe it's a little different. Yeah, maybe. Is it just tapping back?
Like this. See up there. You should just rock into the video where I explain skywalking more in depth. Anyways, you want to jump up to this rock, trigger the skywalk like this.
Yeah, okay, it is. I'm just in the wrong spot. Have a good night, Stribo. I don't think the record does this. I only remember seeing one skywalk in this game, and it wasn't in this spot. So let me just skim through the record to this point here. Oh, he just does a sick jump and around. Okay. Jump, land on that little ledge, jump right. Okay, let me try that. I need to hit that little ledge. Okay. I mean, that seems a lot easier than the skywalk. I mean, it seems easier and faster. Get that part. I gotta jump further. Okay. Don't jump as far on that one. Thank God there's a checkpoint right here. Jump hit there. There. Okay. Yeah, it looks like just a maybe a tricky jump. Cool. No, yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Also, is this where he goes inbounds? So I'll watch through the record, just to see if it has newer skips or better skips. But while I'm looking, okay, yeah, it just goes in there. Whee! Cool. All right. Back to the VOD.
At this point, I just prevent from going in. What I have to do now is to burn down. The hitbox actually only disappears after all the debris has disappeared.
Debris.
And this is where you get the pistol. And now you can continue on going right away. But before I keep on going, I'll explain the other way of doing this skip. So I'll just load my checkpoint for that. That's it. I did the skywalk. So alternatively, you can just jump down here. So if you don't want to do any of the skips, just keep going that way to do the casual route. But this skip is kind of, well.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do the...
What you can do instead is...
couple jumps on the mountain.
Oh my god. I haven't done this in quite some time, because I usually do that skywalk. But this skywalk can be pretty tricky, so you will... Oh my god, okay. You want to jump onto this rock. Then you want to turn to approximately like this. You want to look...
I'm just gonna skip past this.
You want to explain jumping.
I won't ever do this one.
This one right here is actually here.
This is past.
You get away with not really want to kill real to jumping. Alternative way of doing this. So if you don't want to do what I just did, instead of like jumping onto that rock, what you can...
Oh, is he gonna show the casual stuff? Okay.
You can just... I didn't see. And now you can... Oh yeah, like that. Hold A. Hold. Because... So... And right now... Here... Okay, I won't do this again. Hold... Actually the first time...
Am I past the point where...
Here... And then
okay.
You want to walk into this trigger to get the pistol. Right here...
Yeah, it looks like a lot more work.
If you remember when I did the skywalk, I said you can just keep going. Right here, if you do this skip, you have to reload checkpoint after getting the pistol. Otherwise, the next part of the area won't be loaded properly. Right here again, you just roll through this pane. That way these two enemies are not alerted, and then you can just kill one of them with a pistol and kill one of them with the arrow. If you kill the first one with an arrow, the other one won't know where you're at immediately. So if you kill the first one with an arrow, switch to the pistol and shoot the other one immediately, you don't have to headshot any of them, because you're killing both of them with stealth. And the way stealth in this game works is, as long as you're stealth, you will one-shot every enemy as long as you're shooting them in a spot that isn't armored and isn't their legs. So if you shoot them in the body, in the shoulder, in the neck, or in the head, and if the part you're shooting isn't armored, you will instantly kill them as long as you're stealthed. We will kind of use that a bit later on, but this is the first time you can kind of make use of that. You can also just headshot both of them with a pistol. But that way you have to actually try. Okay, you don't need to pick up that ammo. That's unnecessary. I don't know why I did that. Right here, you can already move whilst the screen is still fading in. But what you want to do here is just run next to these guys, jump here and roll through this gate like that. So how that roll clipping works is you just roll and then jump again. It's really that easy.
I love it, but that's so stupid it works.
And
you can do that in 2013 as well. There's so many doors you can skip with a roll jump.
You don't want to.
We just don't get roll jump in that run.
For some reason, I don't know why, you want to wait until she jumps off like that. See, now you actually get another checkpoint. So there's 2 checkpoints. One when she's getting through and one after she jumps off. Wait until Lara jumps off of that thing and then reload checkpoint. If you forget to reload checkpoint here, the next skip won't work. So be advised that you have to reload checkpoint there. If you forget it, okay, no, there's a minor skip here that you'll have to do. Just you stand there, you jump, and as you land, you kind of press space again. The way this works is, for some reason, Lara prioritizes climbing up ledges over collision like this wall. So if you look at that ledge, and then as you land, you just press space, she'll climb up it. Sometimes it even works. Yeah, sometimes it even works if you don't jump beforehand. But if you jump beforehand, it kind of makes it easier. Anyways, you climb through that fence, then you go over here, and then you want to do another jump roll clip through this. And this is where reloading checkpoint comes in. If you didn't reload checkpoint, where I told you just a minute ago, then you just won't be able to clip through this. You can still just reload checkpoint right here, but you'll lose a bit of time if you do that. Anyways, clip in there, then jump up here, jump over this fence, and then go about to this point and drop down like right here. And just drop into the water like that. Don't just drop straight down here, because there's a death plane that will kill you if you just drop straight down. You have to go to the left like I just did. Then you can go up here like this. Like this metal beam right here, you just go up onto this. And you can jump over here, jump onto this. You can again use this jump clip thing to go under that. And now you want to jump. Oh no, how did this work again? 1 second. You want to jump and press E to get up there, and then immediately jump onto that wood like that. The reason why you want to jump and press E here is when you press E mid-air, you can actually see, like if I do a normal, you can't really see it, but if you press E mid-air, Lara's hitbox will actually, like the bottom of Lara's hitbox will actually move up a tiny bit. So if you press E mid-jump, it actually allows you to jump a bit higher. That's what you have to do there. So from there, you jump onto this, then immediately jump onto this wood, and then jump over here. If you fall into the water accidentally, like this, just either you'll have to move back here. It's very messy if you accidentally fall into the water, so try not to. As you can see here, there's a lot of annoying collision here. Come on. Okay, this is the worst part to actually fall down into, apparently. I've never had it be this bad, but yeah, you can kind of get back out if you get into the right spots. Oh yeah. Okay, so apparently, for fuck's sake. Yeah, you can get here as soon as you're not in the water anymore. You can jump again. So just get over here, and then you want to get over to here if you fall. And holy shit, it still doesn't like me. Yeah, get up this rock, and then you can just kind of climb over here.
Okay, so if you fall in, you don't have to go back and do the jump.
But yeah, you just optimally you want to land on top of this, and then just jump over here. Now you
It's
wanna
not like
go
a backup that
here.
makes you retry the skip. You just have a different way up.
So, just go straight until you reach this point. Now you want to aim up there. Make sure you're against the wall. And now you want to melee up this slope. You can't just walk up here. You need to melee, wait a bit, and then melee again like this. Don't just spam melee, because if you spam melee, Lara will melee too fast and you won't make it all the way up the slope. You have to melee, wait a bit, melee again. If you wait too long, you won't be able to melee again, so you kind of have to get used to the timing. It's not too strict though, so I actually have quite some leeway, but yeah. Melee, melee again, and then jump up here after the second melee. Now just go over here. Keep jump rolling up here. And walk up to this fence. You want to stand in between these two poles, right about here. Aim like, I don't know, somewhere here, to be precise. Back scramble. And now just...
Through.
and then you want to hold the direction. You want to not move the camera and just hold S and D. The camera will wiggle a bit and then Lara should just move through this fence.
Okay.
If it doesn't work, just adjust your position a bit or adjust the camera angle a bit. Anyways, keep going up here. Go around this. Can go below that. And then here, this, as you can see, the area around me just loaded in there. Depending on how fast your PC is, it'll take longer. It'll take longer than it just did for me, or not as long until it loads in. You want to walk up to the spot that I just did and then just wait.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's go give that a shot. Forgot where I left off. Okay.
That's it. We're out of time. Shoot him. He'll talk or he'll bleed out. Put a bullet in this fucking savage. Now.
Was I supposed to just open this? Oh, yeah.
How's it looking? I'm not sure I can stop the leak. Is this work? Not sure we'll be able to find spare parts out here. On your six! I got a hit! Moving into cover!
Alright, reload checkpoint. Okay. Jump over this, walk off here, walk off there, in the water. Come a little bit more right. I want to be by the steel beam. Walk up here, onto that, onto this beam. If I land here, let's jump back there. Oh, okay, I'm not using, yep, I know the issue, okay. Can I just go here? Fuck up. Easy. Then we go up the hill. Hey, not bad. Not bad at all.
Trinity's growing concerned.
We've had
Skip the cutscenes and then we'll watch the VOD again. All right.
As soon as it loads in, this cutscene trigger also loads in, and if you don't hit the cutscene trigger, just walk towards the middle until you hit the cutscene trigger. It's really not that hard, but yeah, if it doesn't load in immediately, it just takes some time. Give it some time. It can take multiple seconds depending on how fast your PC is. And you just want to skip a few cutscenes here.
Was wissen Sie über die?
And then break out
Wie ich das sehe, sind die alles andere
by
als
using this pipe.
noch ein Grund mehr, hier rauszukommen.
So right here, I think you get the recurve bow and also rope arrows. Yeah, you get the recurve bow and rope arrows. So what you're supposed to do is go back through this gap, open the thing that's up there, climb out of your cell, and there's a cutscene where you get all your gear back. All your gear. As you can see, currently I have no arrows, even though I had arrows before. My pistol is gone and all that. You get your gear back from that locker. And then there's like a very long segment where you have to like walk behind Jacob throughout this whole segment. And they are talking and walking for a very long time. And then eventually
Talking
you go
and
back
walking.
around here,
Oh
and
my
then you're
God.
on the other side of this wall and go up some stairs.
We just do an up clip, right?
But that takes a lot of time. So instead there's a skip you can do. A fair warning before I do this skip. This clip is probably the most difficult clip in the entire speedrun.
Really?
It does say 50 seconds, but it can easily lose you 5 or 10 minutes if you're not good at it. I advise you try this skip a few times, but you're probably, for the first few runs, you're probably better off just doing this the casual way. Just as a fair warning, this is really difficult to pull off right. Anyways, you want to jump up here onto this radiator, then aim, and now look at Lara's foot. You can kind of see, like when you aim enough to the right and press back, you can kind of see that Lara walks to the left a bit. You want to walk to the left, just tap down until you can see that Lara's foot kind of is next to the radiator, and if you turn you can kind of see her foot clip into the radiator like that. You want to walk back to have her foot be right next to the radiator. Then you can see kind of there's a dark mark on this box right here, and then there's a dot at the end of it. You want to aim right at this dot. Then you have to do these things in a very quick sequence. What you want to do is you want to hold back. You want to hold back. You want to let go of aim. You want to press aim again. Like you want to let go of aim for like that. don't do it as quickly as possible, but just let go of aim for like a split second. Anyways, you want to hold S or back. I'll just call it back. You want to hold back, let go of aim, press aim again. Then you want to turn the camera to the left about this much. You want to turn it about to face this direction. Then you want to let go of S and just wait, and it should clip you up. If you do this right, this is very timing specific. So the timing of letting go of this bow has to be correct. You have to turn the camera at the right moment. You have to be in the right spot, and you have to let go of S. You don't let go of S too early, but you have to let go of S also at the right time, even though that timing is rather forgiving. So if you do that right, okay, this is not how it should look. Sometimes you can just clip through this wall like that. That's not what you want to have happened. If that happens, just reload checkpoint. It's actually very rare. Kind of surprised that happened. Again, line yourself up, aim at that, and do that. So if you do it right, you clip up like this. I actually got it perfectly. So I clipped all the way up. So you can see, like, I'm all the way up. I can move around. I can jump without any problem. I'll try to get it.
Assuming if you like stuck in the floor, you just do rolls until you clip up.
Perfect thing just happens. It doesn't really. It might be skill dependent, but yeah, if you don't get it, it kind of looks like that. Nothing really happens. Yeah.
I'll try it, sure. Why not?
Wow, okay. This is very unusual. I usually don't have this much trouble. Okay, I got it perfectly again. This is kind of annoying because I want to show something off, and that's hard
When
to
you're
show
just
off.
too good at the game and you can't show it off.
If I get it just right. But yeah, as you can see, like, I'm currently I'm struggling a bit more than I usually am, but it usually takes me like 2 or 3 attempts to get this in a run. There it nearly happened. Okay, damn. I think I'm pressing aim too early. Okay, I see now I clipped up, but the camera is kind of stuck below the roof right here. When this happens, you're basically up there, but as soon as you press jump, okay, right now it kind of fixed itself, but if you press jump and the camera is kind of stuck below the roof, you can kind of check that by aiming. If you aim and the camera goes below the roof, then that means you're not quite done. If that happens, just try walking into this wall. Maybe try walking into these planks. You can even walk over there. Eventually, especially when you try, like, the thing that seems to work best is just aiming, holding S and D, and then just turning the camera like this to kind of nudge yourself into these planks right here. You need to do this, and you need to make sure that the camera's actually up here. Because if it isn't, and you press jump, you'll just fall back down, and you don't want that to happen after all the time it probably took you to get up here in the first place. Anyways, once you manage to get the camera up here, you just jump up here. If you do this the casual way, you'll just be coming up these stairs and climb up this ladder.
Okay. Well, I'll give it some tries. If not, I'll do the casual way. Oh yeah, we gotta get the whole pipe thing.
Ancient and secretive. They believe themselves to be doing the work of God.
From what I've seen, they're pretty far from holy.
What do you plan to do with that?
All the more reason to get out of here.
Okay, I'm got used to the changes. I don't know why the shadow being there like distracts me so much. I think I need to let go of back sooner. I'm letting go of back too soon. Let me watch his inputs. When exactly does he let go of? Let me find the ones where he actually does it. Oh, he holds it for a lot. Okay. Holds it back a lot longer than I thought. Might be turning too much. Oop. Beep. Back it up. Beep. 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 I mean, at least if you're gonna try it, like, it's pretty easy to set up. It's not like the craziest thing in the world to get back in position. It's kind of like just walk back. Not sure what part of this I'm messing up. So I'm not super committed to doing this, but it seems like a pretty big skip, so I would like to do it if I can. Okay. I think I know one problem. I'm committing. I'm not like waiting till I re-aim to move my camera. Okay. Way overturned. Let me check out the records version of the skip. Okay, that's further. That's past it. Okay. Let's see. Grabs the rope. It does a scramble back, like an up clip. Sort of? Wait, does it? I guess I can show you guys what I'm watching. Like, it kind of does the same key inputs. Just like a different setup. It looks like a scramble back, but I don't think it is. Just watching the key binds. No, okay, well, I'll look into it later. That may be when I come back and learn. So I might need to...
We don't want to attract attention.
Might need to ask about. He did say it was the hardest one, so, you know, I'll trust that. Let's see how long this part is.
Wait. Let me out. We have to move. The guards will be coming through on rounds any moment.
Do you know the way out?
Yes. I've had some time to study this place.
How long were you in that cell?
Long enough to learn that Constantine won't stop until he's found what he's looking for.
Okay, I already want to skip it. I already want to get past this part.
Trust must go both ways, Lara.
What is this?
A history lesson. This place has its own scars.
It was a work camp.
Oh, is it just over here? We just go up the staircase and we're done? Alright, it's not the biggest skip in the world.
And what then?
My village is in the valley on the other side.
Was it 50 seconds or so? Oh, yeah, I'll just not worry about it for now. I'll be like one of those ones where I We'll learn everything else, start doing runs, and then when I get a good time, we'll come back and work on it. Alright. That is fine. Alright, let's go back to the guide.
But the camera is kind of stuck below the roof. Walking into this wall, maybe try. You need to trap and up these. You just grab this.
Yeah, I think
skip
I
this
jacked the sound.
cutscene. And then, if you did this skip that I just did, again, as soon as you skip that cutscene that I just skipped, reload checkpoint right here. You don't have to do this if you do this casually.
Okay.
But if you did that skip, you have to do it.
I do know there's a lot
here, you
more
can see
to the
a
skip.
pile of wood in front of me. This is the first time this is important. You want to pick this up, and then you want to look in the upper right corner to see how much wood you pick up. You can see right there, I picked up 1 wood. In total, you want 2 wood. So you'll have to pick up more wood later on. I'll point that out when I get there, since I need it anyways. Then you also want to pick up these feathers, and you will also always get 2 or 3 feathers from this nest. So that's always enough. Anyways, you want to go over here. And then see this door. You want to clip through this door. You want to stand about in the middle, like you want to stand in between these handles. The way you can check that is by, if you aim away from it, you can kind of see if you're like this, you're obviously not aiming straight away. Just look at the planks. When they're going horizontal on your screen, you're pretty much aiming away. But yeah, you're standing in the right spot if you're aiming at this thing. Like, you can see like this stick that's lying here. Just position yourself so you're aiming at it.
Yep, got it.
And then you just want to scramble backwards, hold backwards, and now you can kind of see I'm partially clipping into the door. Now just turn the camera to the right until this happens. Then let go of aim, and don't do that. You kind of have to do this quickly. So you can even press S and D. Let go of aim, press aim again, like let go of aim, turn the camera to the right, press aim again, and then do the same thing again. If you do
Is that the same skip the record does? I felt like it was different when I watched it. I'll watch the record later on, my own time, but I thought it did a different skip here. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I thought it went through the blue gate. Okay, I'm done. Yep, let's just watch this.
Do this right, you should clip all the way through. It might take you a few tries, but just remember to line yourself up in the middle of those doors. Just look out for that piece of wood that's lying there. That's very conveniently placed. Right now, what you want to do is do a wall jump here to get on top of these lockers, and then do another wall jump to get on top of this AC unit, and then jump over here. Now just go up these stairs, jump through this girder, and now there's a decision you have to take. Either go, so what I do in the runs and what I advise that you do is you just jump off to the right here. You just go through here and jump off to the right. But before I show you how to do that, you can also go over to the left here, go over here, and then you can drop down through this hole and land on that floor, and then open the door. And if you drop down here and open that door, it will waste a bit of time, but you will get the assault rifle. If you're not very good at some of the skips, or if you feel very uncomfortable during fights, if you just want to have a weapon that you can easily kill a lot of people with, you can get the assault rifle. Just be advised, if you use all the strategies that I'm going to tell you in this guide, you should not need the assault rifle. You really shouldn't.
Okay. Go without it.
You should have. You definitely get more than enough ammo, and most of the enemies, most of the fights we just skip, and the fights.
I was saying when I watched through this, I don't remember a lot of combat.
Strats for where we can just quick kill them.
Like 2013 has a
Don't
forced fight at the
fight
end that you
so
can't
really,
skip.
You
but-
don't need it, but if you feel like you want it, that's how you get it.
I will skip it.
Anyways, what I recommend is you just jump out here. You need to jump onto this roof. And now there's two things you can do.
Oh boy.
What I do in my runs is I just go over here. And then I drop down. Like, just drop down right there. Into the next checkpoint.
Okay.
What I'd recommend that you do instead is you just go over here and jump down here and trigger this cutscene right here. The reason why you want to trigger this cutscene is this gives you the ability to craft grenades from cans and magnesite. If you don't have this ability, the final fight will be a lot more difficult. Right here you just want to roll to avoid this enemy fire. And then you drop down here.
Just out of curiosity, does the... I know I said I was going to watch this later, but yeah, this doesn't go for the grenades. Uses some other strat. Later on. Okay. So I'll learn this way, but it's good to know that it exists, because I'll probably skip it in the future.
If you did what I was talking about and drop down to skip picking up the cans, you will also drop down right here. Just for reference, not picking up the cans saves about 15 seconds, but it makes the final fight more difficult. I'll point that out when we get there. How the final fight changes.
Yeah, when we get to there in 2.5 hours.
Probably you most definitely want the can. Most definitely want to waste those 15 seconds and pick up the cans, because unless you put multiple hours into practicing the final fight, you will lose more than 15 seconds on the final fight if you don't have the cans.
I'll watch up until the next big checkpoint or the next big skip, and then I'll catch up to the VOD.
Right here you just go past this, and now the game wants you to just go through this gap, and there will kind of be an animation where Lara squeezes through, but then there'll be a bunch of enemies that spawn. Instead, what you can do is just go over to like this side. Don't go too close to the gap or you will automatically go through. Just stand here, turn your back to it, walk up to it backwards whilst aiming. That way you won't go through. And now just clip through it like this. Again, you clip by having your back turned, holding S or back, scrambling, and then just most of the time I also hold D. Just look at my inputs. For this one I hold D and then I slowly turn the camera to the right until I clip through. This one is a very easy clip. And as you can see right now, there's no enemies here. If you go through this gate without clipping through, first of all, it's a bit slower because there's an animation, and also there will be a bunch of enemies here, which you don't want. Next up, right here, there's two ways of getting through here. The way I prefer is just
Another clip.
Kind of angling yourself like for this one you don't want to look straight away from this wall. You kind of want to be at a 45-degree angle like this, and then you can kind of see Lara kind of goes sideways into this fence. Right now I'm actually already out of bounds, even though it doesn't look like it. This fence isn't solid. There's actually an invisible wall in front of the fence that I just clipped through, so you can just jump through and then just jump back inbounds right here. You definitely want to go back inbounds here though, otherwise you'll miss a trigger and you'll soft lock. So definitely go back, straight back inbounds right here before that excavator, like on the right side of that of this tree. Just go back inbounds here. The other way that you can do, if you don't feel comfortable doing this clip, sometimes this clip just won't work. This should be very easy. You just hold back, angle yourself like that, scramble backwards, and you'll clip through like this. If you can't seem to get it, or if you don't want to do it, just stand like pretty much either in the middle or slightly towards the right-hand door, and then just do a normal clip. This one is more difficult in my opinion, though. It's kind of... But yeah, like this, you can also clip through. And then yeah, if you do the other clip, you'll just come back and bounce right here. Now, right here, you don't want to walk forward here. Pretty much before this line, you want to stand still and jump onto these boxes. Because if you don't, you get a call. She starts...
Yo, black belt, thanks for those, man.
Walk down the stairs, which is very slow. So you want to jump onto the boxes and then drop straight down. Then jump into here, jump in here. Jump over to these rails. Don't land in the snow slows you down. And then this is the second pile of wood. If you only got one wood in the very beginning of the area, when I pointed it out, this is...
I don't think the record even pick up wood. I don't remember it picking up wood. Unless it does it during the load. Okay, yeah, it does it during the load. I only got one? Okay.
Also have to pick up this.
Okay, so if you only get one, pick that up.
It doesn't really matter how much wood you get from this pile, since it will give you at least one, and you only need two. But yeah, if you only got one from the first pile, you have to pick up this pile as well.
Okay, okay.
Be advised.
Good to know.
If you forget about this one, there's some trees that you can pluck later. But optimally, you want to pick up this. If you already have two wood, just leave it alone and jump over here.
Alright, we'll get up to this cutscene. Back to the game. Oop. Oh god.
Alright. Hold on. Almost got it. That's it.
Okay, so I got two, so I don't have to do the thing. Get the feathers.
Constantine wants a team up at the copper mill before the storm sets in.
It doesn't look like mining. It looks like an excavation.
It's, possible. They dug anywhere they caught a hint of wealth.
Okay. And just really wait on the wall scramble. It's like the apex of your jump, and then... and I guess that works too.
Those are ancient.
Not what I meant to do, but it works. Okay, jump up here, jump across. We're not gonna go for the AK. But we will go for the other things. Come over here. Yeah, we still jump across, then we jump down here. Whoa.
Jacob? Is that you, Jacob?
Lara, be careful. They're everywhere. You'll run into some trouble. There he is! Take him out! Damn it!
Shit!
This one.
Jacob, I think I'm close to the train yard. Are you there?
Okay, just so I don't need them, but I'll pick them up anyways. Alright, not too bad. I feel like the clipping through doors is like a lot easier in this game.
Just hold forward. Like running during this doesn't do anything. You can't really jump or anything. Just hold forward. Skip this cutscene. And then right here, all you have to do is hold forward and shift. Technically, you don't even need to turn the camera. Even though it's slightly faster if you turn the camera so that you're actually swimming straight towards the light instead of... Like, the camera automatically points you in approximately the right direction. But right here you can see you're kind of swinging to the right of the light. Optimally you want to aim at it, but it also works if you just hold forward and shift.
Hell yeah.
You definitely need to hold shift, otherwise you're not quick enough and Lara drowns. This right here is an unskippable cutscene, and it's 30 seconds long, which is very annoying, but there's nothing you can do about it. You just have to wait it out. And then this coming up segment, I usually do jump rolls during this next segment, and I will do them right here just to show you where you can safely do them. These jump rolls, if you do them improperly, can easily get you killed.
Hell yeah.
So if you don't feel comfortable doing these, just run. But yeah, you can do 2 here, then another 2 here, 1 here, another 1 here. Sometimes you get a double roll there, so you have to be careful. And then another 1 there. Right here, you just want to walk along these rocks. Then you can do another jump roll on this rock, and then another 2 right here, and then just jump and grab this rope. Again, those jump rolls are quite risky, so if you find yourself just rolling off the rocks and dying instead of getting the jump rolls, just run. They don't really save too much time, but it's slightly more optimal to do those jump rolls. Next up, you want to open this box. This should always give you 2 cloth. If it doesn't give you 2 cloth, that probably means that you forgot to pick up the feathers or the wood. Just for reference, if you forgot to pick up feathers or wood in the prison, here's feathers, and here's another tree.
Okay,
You can get more feathers and wood if you forgot about them. And then you just want to keep going here.
Is this where I do the one skywalk up to the mining facility?
Go along this side. This jaguar doesn't really matter at all. You just jump up here and it can't reach you. And now you want to climb up this tree. You can just jump over here, but it's slightly more optimal if you curve your jump around and land straight here. But you can just land here and then jump up here. Anyways, you want to climb up to this kind of crack. And now what you want to do is you want to climb until you kind of get stuck here. And as you can see, I'm kind of stuck here and I can't keep going further. If you spam for long enough, you will eventually get through. But the way to do this is just stop spamming, hold forward and jump once. That way you will just clip through. Most people just try getting through there by just continuously spamming, and that won't work. Just as soon as you get stuck up, as soon as you're all the way up there and you won't continue going up, stop spamming, hold forward, jump once, and don't just keep jumping, let the jumping animation play out. As I talked about earlier, as soon as you land, your hitbox kind of changes shape for a bit. And that's what you're actually using to get through there. Anyways, now that I've gotten that out of the way, you want to walk over here. And this is the second skywalk. And this is also where I'm actually going to talk about how skywalking works. If you remember, this is actually the area that we entered, this is actually the area where we did the very first skywalk. It was way back there. It's not really loaded now, but it's on the map. It was actually right here.
Oh, nice.
Just for reference. Anyways, so how skywalking this game works. You want to jump onto a slope that you can skywalk on. You can't skywalk on any slope. If it's a slippery slope, you can't skywalk on it. It needs to be a slope that Lara just kind of glides off of without really interacting with it. And then you need to fall onto the slope. You will need to face uphill. Like if I'm facing, if Lara is looking downhill, it won't work. She needs to kind of look, and at least sometimes it works if you look parallel to the slope, but you want to make sure that she's like kind of facing uphill. And then as soon as she touches the slope, you want to tap S twice. Just quickly do 2 taps. Don't do them mid-air. Just as soon as she touches this, tap back twice. If you do it right, she should just, and if you don't press any more buttons after that, she'll just like kind of be in this falling animation, but she won't actually move. That's what you want to do. So next up, there is something that I'll just gonna call skywalk locking. That can happen if I now just keep going with the skywalk and I only ever press D. So right now, what you want to do is you want to press W and D and kind of go in between these trees. And the way you control the skywalk is by moving the camera. A lot of people think it's by you control the skywalk by just pressing directions. But generally, during a skywalk, you always want to press W and either A or D. So you can see right here, I can kind of go along this slope by turning the camera and then also switching to A or D. Like you always want to press W, and then if the slope is like on your right, you want to press A, and if it's on your left like this, you want to press D. So you always want to press away from the slope. Anyways, you start off here, you go in between these trees, and then if you just keep holding W and D right here without ever changing direction, and the skywalk can sometimes lock up, and you'll just keep going this way no matter what keys you press, and then you'll fall off and die. So what you want to do,
hell yeah,
preferably at the beginning of the skywalk, so when you're right here, you just wanna press W and A for a short bit and then press W and D, because that way you avoid skywalk locking. And then right here also just change in between them just to avoid skywalk locking. As soon as you get here, change to W and A. This is one of the instances where you actually press W and A uphill. This is very rare, and it only works because this is kind of a very flat slope. You change to pressing W and A, and then you turn the camera so you slide up like that. Doing that, what I just did, like getting up that part of the slope, can be pretty tricky. But once you're up here, you can just switch between W and A and W and D and get up here. Just be careful. You want to get up right here. If you touch this rock right here, whilst you're still in the skywalk, you'll probably cancel the skywalk, and then you'll fall into a death plane, because that's actually death planes all over the place.
Hell yeah.
The reason why I didn't die, even though I just went straight through a death plane, is because death planes in this game only kill you when you're moving downwards. So as long as you're moving uphill with this skywalk, the death plane won't kill you. So just make sure that you're never skywalking back down the hill, and just make sure that you don't hit this rock, because then you'll cancel the skywalk and fall into the death plane. Just go in between this tree and the rock, up here, land here, and then you should be fine. Then you go up here, and then you just jump inbounds right here.
Okay.
You can.
We'll get up to that point. So I do have experience with skywalking from 2013. It's nice. So it should be relatively easy. compared to my experience of learning skywalking in 2013, which was a nightmare. It took me forever. Oh, right, I forgot I changed that keybind. This is the unskippable cutscene. Oh my god. That's one way to die. Did you do the whole thing over? I imagine just from the zip line. Yeah, okay. Yeah, really punishing death. Hemdes. What? What are you talking about?
Jacob, are you there?
Okay, I probably need to turn off the DLC so that stuff doesn't pop up. Yeah, we got the cloth.
Overwatch. We have contact with
Overwatch. Whoa. It's the name of a game.
like they set traps around the perimeter. I've got one casualty so far. Doing a sweep. Do not let the target slip away. We need to know why they were following Bravo team. Bravo hasn't run into any more resistance along the way. But find the native. We need to get some answers.
Is it here? Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to do the tapping back early. Okay, how far back does that put me? It's right next to where I need to be. Oh, you probably walk out that way to get the checkpoint. Wait, is this it? That's not it. Yeah, it's this one. Okay. It's not too far back then. Like, honestly, the best thing about learning 2013 and this so far is that, like, for the most part, whenever you have to do a trick that's sort of difficult, or like you can really mess up and fail and die on, the checkpoint is not too far behind. Okay. Yep. Not bad. Not nearly as bad as learning airwalks or skywalks in 2013.
You actually can't.
The start seems a little harder. Actually, starting the skywalk, but once I'm in that state, like that was so much easier.
Out of bounds here because there's an invisible wall, but you can easily jump in bounds.
Cool.
Now you're actually at an area that you're.
Like I said, the checkpoint's not too far behind.
And the first thing you're gonna do is open this box.
I think that's the only skywalk I have to do.
Left mouse button. Okay, I waited too long here, but yeah, this is gonna appear. You can just cancel this by either pressing continue with the mouse or pressing enter.
I don't think there's any more skywalks in the game.
But yeah, you want to hold left mouse button to craft arrows. You want to do that right here because you have to stand still anyways until that message appears. So this is just the most optimal place to do it. But you definitely want to craft arrows at some point before this next skip that I'm doing, because you're gonna need arrows soon. And as you can see, you need 1 feather and 2 wood to craft arrows. And it's kind of pointing out to me that I don't have enough wood to craft more arrows now. So this is why you want at least 1 feather, and you're always gonna get 2 or 3 feathers, so that doesn't matter. And 2 wood. Anyways, after that, go over to this campfire. And if you did the out of bounds, like at the beginning of the prison, if you remember, I clipped out of the prison cell and I told you that it was like pretty much the most difficult clip in the entire game.
The one I didn't do?
Yeah, if you did that skip, you remember I said that if you do it casually, you get back all your gear. But as you can see right now, I don't have a pistol. I only have the bow. You actually
have to level up.
Though. So this is where something comes in. In order to do that skip that I did in the prison, I should have mentioned this earlier, but I kind of forgot. You actually need 1 DLC. We allow this DLC because it was kind of given to people that played the game early, and I think it cost €3. So even if you don't have it, it shouldn't be too big of a deal. But you need this DLC. It's called Remnant Resistance Pack.
Do I have this? I'm sure I do. I'm pretty sure I have all the DLCs for this. I always forget how to check what DLCs I have. Oh, DLCs. Remnant Resistance Pack. I do indeed have it. Cool. Yeah, I'll have to go ahead and turn off some of them so like the optional quest stuff don't pop up in the middle of run and cost me a couple seconds.
You only need that one. No other DLC. If you already have, like, if you have the Game of the Year edition or something like that, you probably also have that DLC already. So in that case, you should be able to do this. But
so many more textures. Oh, for sure.
Be able to do this. So what you can do is you go over to the pistol, to the handguns tab. Now the game's gonna tell you about weapon switching, so you just click continue, and then you switch to the Moonshadow pistol.
Whoa.
As you can see, if I hold the revolver, okay, now she's actually holding the revolver, but you can see before I switched to the Moonshadow, she was actually holding nothing. So you have to switch to the Moonshadow here. The Moonshadow is a better gun anyways, except for rate of fire, and we don't really care about rate of fire because we don't have to kill many enemies, we just want to deal damage.
So even if I don't do the skip, I should still switch to the same weapons.
To the Moonshadow. If you don't have that DLC, you won't have the Moonshadow available here, which means you can't do the out of bounds in the prison. So you'll have to do the casual strat and take the 50-second time loss. There's just no way around it. And you're only allowed to switch to this pistol. If you have more DLC, there will be more pistols available here. Those pistols aren't allowed. You're only allowed to switch to the Moonshadow. And if you have more DLC, the Moonshadow actually won't be the first pistol.
Yeah. Alright. I mean, I won't change things with them in game now. Let me go on properties and just turn off all the other DLCs. Remnant Resistance, leave on. Turn off all these other ones. There's a lot of other DLCs, goddamn. Alright. Close that. And
depending
They'll
on how
update
much
tomorrow.
DLC you have, it might be in a different slot, so be careful to actually switch to the Moon Shadow. After that, just press Shift to cancel out of the campfire.
When did I buy these DLCs? I think I had the Game of the Year
In
edition.
order to cancel a campfire, you can always press Shift. That way you don't have to move your hand over to escape. And after standing up from the campfire, press Escape and reload checkpoint. The reason why sometimes this isn't necessary, but if you don't reload checkpoint, sometimes this skip that I'm about to do that is impossible. So what you want to do after that, you want to come over here and just roll right here. It's literally as simple as this. Just point yourself this way, jump and roll, and you should roll through. If you can't roll through there, make sure you sit down at the campfire before you do anything, because if you don't sit down at the campfire, you don't get a checkpoint. But if you can't roll through there and you have gotten the checkpoint, just reload checkpoint again. So right here...
Yeah, I mean, if I have to go to the campfire to reload checkpoint to do the skip, then I should just swap the Moon Shadow regardless.
I was angled correctly, but most of the time if you press melee, you actually can't get up. Like, if you're standing right here, you can see, like, Lara doesn't actually walk up there. So to circumvent that, you want to step back a bit. You actually want to stand like here. You don't want to stand like right there. You want to stand where I'm just standing, and you want to go as far to the left as you can. Then just point the camera like this. Don't point straight up this thing. Point the camera like this. And then press F. This way you should be able to melee up there. And then again, don't spam F to get up here. Press F, wait like 2 seconds, and then press F again. And then at the end,
F, dude.
You can just jump the rest of the way up. Sometimes if you space your melee attacks just right, you're gonna get all the way up without having to jump, but just jump so you don't have to risk it. And then right here, you have 2 options.
Oh boy.
Either you can jump down, you can jump over there, like just jump over to this area and you'll instantly trigger a cutscene. Like just jump in this general direction. It doesn't really, the hitbox is very large. That way you'll just get brought into the mines, and then there's gonna be like a segment where you have to walk behind Jacob through the mines, and it's very slow because you always have to wait for Jacob to do everything before you.
God damn, Jacob.
Because of that, we have a different way of doing this. So you want to stay on the left side of this bridge. Just go over to the other side like this. Walk through this. Climb up right here. You can see I'm kind of in this girder right now. Walk over to where this rock is. You can kind of see, if you're in the right place, you can kind of see that table. And you want to look straight this way, like pretty much you want to look at the tip of this rock right here. And then just run off the edge. Don't walk off the edge, and don't jump off. If you jump off, there's a chance that you might die of fall damage. So you just run off the edge like this.
Whoa.
Into this rock.
The old Ford the whole way?
The edge like this. And
You kind of let's go.
Rock. And now, be advised, if you try this out of bounds that I'm doing right now, if you clip back in bounds too early, you're just gonna get stuck. And you'll have to reload checkpoint and try again.
That's why let's go forward.
If I go in bounds beyond this wall that I'm inside of right now, or at any point in the mine shaft, just reload checkpoint. There's nothing you can do. You'll just be stuck. So what you want to do is you want to walk over here. You can kind of see just try to find this spot. Then aim and walk to the left until you can see Lara's head kind of go into this part. Then you want to kind of point this way and just tap forward a bit. until you see abandoned mines appear. Don't walk forwards too far or you'll accidentally walk inbounds. As you can see right here, I'm almost inbounds. As soon as you see that text appear, just point the camera further to the right and make sure that you're out of bounds still, and then just walk along the outside of this. Right here, you can see, if I turn the camera like this, you can see this segment, this out of bounds part right here is about 2 meters wide. So you don't have to be super close to this mine shaft, because if you get too close, you'll just get pulled inbounds and then you're stuck. So just make sure that you're rather close to it as to not fall off the edge. But yeah, you can just walk along this. If you at any point you can't see where you're going, just turn the camera a bit. If you generally you don't want to have the camera at Lara's eye level, just make it so the camera is pointing down at Lara. That way you should be able to see much more. And then yeah, just run along this track. Right here you can't see too much, but it just curves around. You'll get used to this eventually. This isn't all that difficult. Right here you can just jump, and right here you can see this kind of ends. You want to go over there, but there's an abyss here, so you need to be careful to actually jump over to the other side like this. Now keep walking down this edge, and as soon as you reach this point, like where you can hear this noise in the background, it's safe to go back inbound. Like as soon as you reach this point, you can kind of see there's like planks on the side. As soon as these planks stop right here, you can just go inbounds like this. And now you've successfully skipped all the walking with Jacob. Now you just want to keep jumping and rolling through this part.
Let's go try it. Also, I passed the 2-hour mark in the VOD, so it's like halfway through the any percent guide. I get this thing. Weapons, pistol. Yeah, I'll make sure all these are gone by the next time. Wait, where's Moonshadow? Oh, then reload. Okay. Jump, roll. Through here, jump up here. Through this part. Ooh, it is real dark. Oh boy. I can't see a goddamn thing. Oh my god. Hold on. Where is my brightness? I wonder if they plan full. Oh, that's so bright. So the jump somewhere. It might be up here. Okay, I missed the part to jump. This is another spot though. We're good to go in up here. Cool. Okay. Let's see how the game looks with full brightness when I get through it. Wasn't too bad. Back to the VOD.
Two enemies, because I did.
This is the 201 mark. I want to see his settings here. See if he has brightness all the way up or not. It also might be no, he has brightness halfway. Okay, yeah, it might be like shadow display or something. Okay, yeah, I'll have to mess with that then.
Actually, this isn't the this isn't. You can just skip all the walking with Jacob. Now you just want to keep jumping and rolling through this part. These two enemies, because I did the skip, they kind of spawned in weird ways. They're usually supposed to spawn way ahead of you. But they don't really do anything. Background. They just die when you touch them. It's really weird. Anyways, jump and roll through that part. Then skip this cutscene. And then right here, this is where you need the arrows. So, as soon as you climb through that, there's going to be a few enemies that spawn. And you need to do... There's a quick kill that you can do here. Where you can quick one-shot an armored enemy. I'm just gonna show it off and then I'm gonna explain it. I might not get it right away. So, first off, shoot a climbing arrow about there. Aim at this guy, maybe even zoom in, and shoot at his shoulder. You can see his armor kind of exploded off there. That means I didn't one-shot him. Usually you don't want to reload checkpoint if you don't get this, since you can still kill him in 3 hits if you don't. But I'm reloading here to show this off. The thing that makes this difficult is kind of the random shaking of the camera. So you want to shoot at his shoulder. Wow, okay, that was... It's
I know the record does like a clip up here. Does it even bother killing this guy? It's after the fact. Jesus. Or did I just skip ahead? That's right there. I don't remember shooting an arrow into the thing. Yeah, it just doesn't even bother. Is that a scramble jump? Yeah. Scramble that. So there may be an updated strat here. Is that a scramble jump? Nope, I think it's just a regular jump. Okay.
Turns towards that wall, so you can you distract him. See, that time it worked. So if you hit his shoulder like that, you can kill him immediately. Then you can kill the second guy with an arrow. You didn't actually need to headshot him, and then just headshot this first guy with the third guy with the pistol. And that's how you do the quick kill. If you don't get the quick kill on this guy up here, just shoot him with arrows some more. Because the arrows are silent. If you shoot with a pistol, the other guys will immediately know where you are. Actually, if you don't manage to one-shot this guy, turn towards the other two guys, kill them first, and then keep worrying about this guy. Because these two guys don't have armor. So you can easily kill them whilst they are still just looking for you. Because then you're still able to one-shot them with just an arrow in the torso. So yeah, if you don't get the one shot on this guy, just kill these two guys first, and then just keep shooting this guy with the pistol, I guess, because you don't want to waste all your arrows. Then this button right here, you can only press this button once you've killed all the enemies. That's very important. Sometimes you're gonna run up to this, press E, think you've pressed it, and you didn't actually press it because some guy was still alive. You can loot these enemies if you want more pistol ammo, or maybe have a chance to get more cloth. It's generally not a bad idea to loot enemies, especially these ones that are so close to you. But if you play optimally, you won't need to do that. Anyways, next up, just push this minecart. You want to push it for about 6 steps. That's 3, 4, 5, 6 steps. Then just scroll down to cancel pushing it, and jump up here. Walk over here to get the knife.
I might kill the guys anyways, just to practice the thing.
And I'll walk up to this. You don't want to press F whilst you're walking, because if you do that, she'll just do a melee attack like this. Walk up to this, wait for the prompt to appear, and then press F. If you just keep mashing F whilst you're standing here, she just keep melee attacking, so you have to wait for the prompt to appear. You want to pick up these healing leaves, and then just jump over here. You can also loot this guy, and then again here. Again, if you just keep pressing F, you'll never cut these ropes. You need to stand next to them, wait for the prompt to appear.
I'm gonna... Say it. There's that like little jump underneath. Oh, it does like the canceled melee attack. I know there's a way to do it in glitchless, to go underneath the crate as well. I don't know either version of it, so I might just cut the rope for now.
Jacob, are you there? Can you hear me?
So I can find an explanation for it. Okay.
This is bad.
Hold on. I think I can. They're here.
Just so I can practice this in peace. Okay, that's awful.
This should come in handy.
Yeah, I don't know how to get into that, like, stalled animation. Where the fuck am I aiming? Oh, I'm on the wrong box. What the hell? I got it so easily that first time. A little beginner's luck. Really? Yeah, I'll have to look into how you get underneath this crate without cutting the rope, but for now I don't care too much. Oh. Sick jump. I'm gonna get real good at this scramble. Real good. What? I think I'm having the same issue I did in 2013 with scramble jumps, is I'm just trying to cancel the scramble too fast. I'm just ultimately doing just a regular jump. Whoop. I wonder if you don't kill the enemies, if you can do this indefinitely without being spotted, or if they'll eventually catch on to you. Okay, maybe I need to aim more left and not towards the middle of the thing. Could be part of the problem. Alright, let me see if he does a forward jump or jump and then forward here. Okay. It's full scented. I think standing on that little ledge is the hardest part of this trick. Okay, yeah, aim more left there. Hey, I got it. Woo! Alright, back to the VOD. I'll have to skip ahead in this one.
So this here, climb.
I ain't doing any of this. Okay.
And jump left again.
That'll be a little tricky.
And now just keep jump rolling through this next part.
Jump roll, jump roll, jump roll.
Make sure to switch to the bow here. You want the bow for this next kill. You don't actually want to shoot with accidentally want to shoot with a pistol, and just shoot this guy. You don't need to headshot this guy. Since you're in stealth, it's okay if you just body shot him. Just make sure you don't hit the legs. And then you just want to walk over here. You want to make sure to stand right here. Aim about here, like on the left part of that. I don't know what it is, a pot, I think. Then you want to just hold S, scramble, and as soon as the camera starts clipping, also hold left. So A. As long as you don't make any noise, none of these enemies will actually notice you, which is very nice. So just scramble. As soon as the camera starts clipping, hold A. Actually, you can hold, hold A as soon as you do that. If you do it right, this should happen. I'll do it again just to show something off. So as soon as you're all the way up, let go of A again. And right here you can kind of see that the game kind of wants to pull me. The game will kind of want to pull you back down. So as soon as you're up here, just keep holding S and keep holding aim until you're able to move backwards away from the ledge. It may take a few seconds, but eventually you'll be able to move away. Don't let go of back before that, because otherwise the game will just pull you back down. Anyways, when you're up here, jump onto this crate, jump up here, and then just grab this ledge and jump over here. Right here, there's an 8-second time save that I do, which is also the first time that I'm going to use a melee slide.
Okay, this is what you used to get under the box.
I don't recommend that you do this though. If you want to practice this skip, there's a checkpoint you can get by grabbing this rope. You can see I get a checkpoint now, and if I reload this checkpoint, I'll respawn back up here. If you try this skip without grabbing that rope first, which is what you should do in a run, because you'll just waste time if you grab that rope. But if you try to do this skip without that, you'll respawn all the way at the beginning, and you'll have to do all the stuff you did to get up here again, which loses you like 30 seconds even if you're good at it.
So learning, smoother than 2013, but you can see this VOD is 4 hours and 17 minutes, so it's just taking a while to get through. But so far, nothing too difficult. A couple skips I'm not doing just because they're a little precise, and yeah, I do like in the VOD description though, he says, I think I could explain some things more concisely. Which he definitely can, but there's also a lot of information that if you just like watch the record, you don't pick up on. Explaining some things that are nice to know, so it's fine. It's just could have been trimmed down a bit by
very precise. Just make sure you stand like
better to have the information and not need it and take a while than struggle because you just didn't pick up something from watching the VOD or whatever.
Next to this box, aim at this, just about the middle of this, and now what you want to do is you want to press F like this and then start holding forward. Don't move the camera. Press F, start moving forward, and you can kind of see when I press F, I'm gonna do this a few times, you can kind of see Lara swings her axe, and then she has the axe behind her back and kind of pulls it back towards her right side. As soon, like you can see her hand kind of goes back, all the way back. Like right now, it's all the way back, right now, now. And as soon as Lara starts pulling her arm back to the right, about when her arm is pointing at the floor, you want to scroll one notch down. You want to scroll down by one notch, and don't let go of W. If you let go of W while you do this, this will happen.
So that's why you have aim bound the mouse wheel.
Damn. Wow, how am I? Okay. I can't believe I'm so bad at this right now. Okay. Apparently I can't do this whilst standing. Anyways. You wanna do this? Scroll down and... Why am I so bad at this right now?
It's it.
If you get the timing just right, usually I can do this easily. I don't know what the problem is. This is by the way why you wanna... Oh, I'm scrolling down and not up. I'm supposed to scroll up. That's why. This is why you wanna aim to mouse wheel up. If you can see, when I scroll up, you can kind of see that Lara aims for like 1 frame and then stops again. If you don't bind aim to mouse wheel up, this is a frame perfect trick, so I really recommend using mouse wheel up for this. Anyways, you press melee, and then if you time it right, like I did right here, you can practice this while standing still. That way it's easier to get the timing down. But if you scroll up 1 tick, only scroll up by a single tick. You don't need to keep scrolling up. If you keep scrolling up, you'll just cancel it. Like right here, I did the timing right, but then I kept scrolling up, so I canceled it immediately. So you want to scroll up towards the very end of the animation like that. You don't have to do it frame perfectly, just as soon as her arm points towards the floor, actually a bit later than that, like right before the animation ends, you want to scroll up. And then, like if you do it right and you don't hold any direction, she'll just stand still like this and her animation will freeze. But if you do this while moving, you will keep sliding forwards like that.
Yeah, so the thing I want to learn with the last trick uses this. So it cancels and then hops when it goes off the ledge. So that explains that. Cool.
If you slide off any edge with this, you can actually get another jump mid-air, and the way you do this is you trigger the glitch, you do this, and then you press one of the number keys, because you use those to switch between weapons. You can see, like, you can switch between weapons by pressing 1 and 2.
Yep.
What you want to do is you just want to press 1. Even if you have the bow equipped, just press 1 and then press space right afterwards.
Okay.
That way you should be able to get a mid-air jump. I'm just gonna show it off right here. Okay, I didn't get it there.
You hate to see it.
You can also just spam space, but you need to definitely press 1 before you press space. So right here you can see, oh wow, you also can't press 1 too early. You need to actually be airborne to do it. Like that. You can see I kind of did a jump mid-air, and you want to use that for this skip. So this is really very tricky to do, and it only saves 8 seconds, so I really don't recommend it. But if you do it right, you get the jump here. Then you need to turn the camera to the left, like I just did. Like as soon as you get the mid-air jump, you want to drop down.
I'm pretty sure that the melee cancel is used in a lot of places, so I might as well just go ahead and practice and learn it.
Could this part of the lost city? Too close. These ruins are incredible. Oh no.
Okay, let's get back to our Nothing on the radio? This wall.
No. There's tons of rock and ice in the way. If we're lucky, we might get a few bursts of static and assume we're still alive.
So, we're on our own.
All the more reason to find a way out of here.
Actually, not getting 100 FPS here. Alright, let me Brightness all the way up seems fine. Just turn down texture qualities. It's not getting 100. And I think these clips are frame rate dependent. No shadows. So I'll leave things as high as I can, but when I actually have trouble getting 100, then yeah. I'll turn it down. Okay, here, and then jump across. Okay. I'm doing it too soon. Yeah, okay. Oh, okay. I let it go too far. I got it, but you gotta do the jump part sooner. So even if I don't end up using this trick on our run, it's nice to have just the melee. Thing figured out for other skips. I'm pretty sure it gets used a couple more times in the run. Might be trying to jump too soon now.
The same height as like you do then, but if you do it right, you get the jump here, and it only so it's this is really very tricky to do, and it only saves 8 seconds, so I really don't recommend it. But if you do it right, you get the jump here, then you need
I want to see the angle of approach. I thought he was looking at this thing. Still think I'm doing this too early. of the time. It does seem significantly easier to do when you're standing still. Okay, I think I'm jumping too far. Because when I hit that part, I need to hit like here, and I'm landing like there. I'm not getting a jump off of it. I probably won't do this in runs. But, fucking...
But if you do it right, you get the jump here. Then you need to turn the camera to the left, like I just did. Like as soon as you get the mid-air jump, you want to drop down. As soon as you're about the same height as like, as soon as you're about.
Okay. I might need to turn more. It's not getting that second jump. That's fine. Feel better about knowing that. That's a very short time saver. In the grand scheme of things. Wait, am I supposed to just jump? I don't remember how to do this casually. Uh-oh. Son of a bitch. What? Can't. Oh. My muscle memory from the past couple days kicked in and I was using WSD instead of ESDF. Aha! Yeah, I think there's a way to do this faster. Make a working loader mover today? Hell yeah. For what game?
At this height, you want to do the mid-air jump. You want to turn the camera.
Yeah,
you want
so
to drop
just
down.
watch this again. Like he gets a jump
Then
off this thing.
You need to
so.
turn the camera right. You get the jump here.
For summoner.
Then,
Nice.
as soon as you're about to the left, so you're looking this looks. Then you can kind of see that there's this star line behind. Just press jump again. Frame. Probably. It only saves. And so this spam. And then as soon as you dropped down and got the checkpoint, you want to reload checkpoint. So if you don't do that skip, you just grab this rope and slide down this slide down this thing as intended, like just slide down, climb along it, run down, and go down there as intended. But if you do this skip,
I said doo-doo.
This, like this, you need to run over to here, and you can see as soon as you drop down, you'll get this checkpoint. As soon as you get the checkpoint, just reload checkpoint. You only need to reload checkpoint if you do this skip. If you do this the normal way, you don't need to do it. But yeah, reload checkpoint, because if you don't reload checkpoint, that bucket just won't be down here. It will still be up there, so you can't do this next part. After that, no matter whether you did the skip or not, just push this thing. You want to push it for, just for reference, you want to push it for 8 steps. It's more safe if you push it for 9 steps.
I am not going to count the steps.
You can also just listen to Lara. If she says it's okay, or like if she just says anything, no matter what language you're on, she's gonna say something. Then you know you've pushed it far enough. But generally 9 steps should always get you there. After that, you want to connect this rope to that. Oh yeah, something I want to point out right now, since I think this is the first time this comes up. Like when I'm aiming like this, you can see this. There's 2 lines next to the reticle. That means I'm gonna shoot an arrow. When you don't have any arrows, like this, and you try to aim now, you see Lara kind of does this animation, which takes like 2 seconds, and during that animation, even if you try to shoot a rope arrow, you can't. So if you accidentally trigger this animation, just let go of aim and press aim again, then you can instantly shoot a rope arrow again. And this animation is also why you don't want to run out of arrows. You actually don't technically need any arrows after this point, but this animation is very annoying, and if you have arrows, you avoid it. I just wasted all my arrows to show this off. Anyways, if you aim at something that you can use a rope arrow on, you will always be able to shoot a rope arrow. But if you can see, if I do this, Lara will just pull this bucket, and in this case she isn't strong enough. But if I get close to something that I can connect the rope to, you can see next to the reticule there's this icon that appears. That means that Lara's gonna connect the rope to whatever she's standing next to. It's very important to look out for that icon.
Don't know how much more we'll learn for the night. We're halfway.
So right here, you want to turn this
until the rest
until you can see water coming out of the bucket, and then turn around and open this crate, because this can sometimes give you more wood, which allows you to craft more arrows, which is just a nice way to get more ammo. Right there, you can jump onto the side to get up here a bit faster, but it's also a bit risky. So if you don't feel like going for a 1 second time save, that's also risky, just grab the ledge. And then right here, as you can see, the doors look like they are still closed, but the cutscene just makes it so you still jump through the closed doors. The reason those doors look like they are closed is because we skipped the first half of this, the first half of that section of the map. Okay, so coming up is probably the biggest skip in the entire game. So what do you want to do?
Oh yeah, this is the one that skips the entire
this next part
like valley.
Technically not necessary for this skip. So I'm gonna do an out of bounds here. Technically you can just dive through and go into this next net normally, but that wastes a bunch of time, so I'm not gonna do that. Okay, so right now usually Lara ignites a glow stick when she gets to this part. It seems like, yeah, like this. It seems like when she doesn't ignite a glow stick, for some reason it seems like this skip works differently. So just go back here and walk over here if she doesn't. Anyways, to do this clip, this is probably the most precise clip in the game, but it's not, the execution isn't all that difficult. You just have to line yourself up properly. So first off, what you want to do is you want to look down and have a look at Lara's foot. So you want to angle yourself against the wall and just use back to move, because this way you have way finer control than if you press left and right. So you want to look at the edge of this lowest stair, and then move to the side until you can see Lara's foot. There's kind of, you can kind of see, I'm moving the camera around to move Lara's foot around. You can kind of see Lara's foot is just touching kind of an edge in this stair right now. You can see there's a part missing from the stair, and then there's an edge that Lara's foot is passing over just now. And then there's the bottom of the stairs, which Lara's foot is passing over just now. But you want to make it so that the tip of Lara's foot is just at that edge. It doesn't have to be exactly on it, but very close to it. Like, you want to make sure the reticule is on the edge of the stairs. You want to aim down as far as you can, and then make sure that Lara's foot is like pretty much right here.
Yep, got it.
Then you want to look up, and you can see there's kind of this seam right here where these two tiles fit together.
Yep.
And then on this left-hand tile that's above the stairs, you can see this dot pattern. You want to aim between the first and the second dots. And then what you want to do is you want to hold back and just scramble and don't move the camera like this. And then as soon as you clip through, you're going to clip through and you're going to fall down like that. You can see right here, the hitbox of the water actually ends. Like, it looks like the water extends all the way over there, but that's just the visual. The hitbox of the water actually ends right here. So, and you're gonna clip out of bounds where there's no water below you. So as soon as you clip out of bounds, don't move the camera, just hold right so you actually fall into the water, because otherwise you're just gonna fall into the abyss and die.
Alright. Let me get up there. Be ready to count the steps. Whoa. 7 steps, 15, 19, 20. Oh my god, I already forgot.
Right, that should work.
Oh, I'm so used to using middle mouse. The shoot from 2013.
Right, that should work.
Whoa. Is it really just in front? Oh. I thought you turned around or some shit.
It's a wonder this place is still standing.
Oh, it's over here. I got a glow stick. Alright, aim there. Hell yeah. Back to the video. I'll probably learn this skip, depending on... I think this is a pretty long one. And maybe we'll stop there for the night.
Anyways, once you successfully make it into the water, come over here.
Okay.
Get up onto this rock. And you can see right there, I didn't manage to get up here immediately. You can only get up here on the second jump. So for some reason in this game, when you're up against the wall, you jump. When you press E just before you jump. When you jump, then press E before you jump and jump again immediately. Lara jumps a bit higher, and you're gonna use that right here. You're gonna jump, press E, jump again, and press E again, and that way you can make it onto this thing. And then let's just jump around here, get on top of this, go over here. If you fall into the water, it's not too bad. This first one is actually just to save time. Like, I was just here. You can technically also swim over to the part where I'm going to, but
hell
this
yeah,
is faster. Then you want to go over here. This spot is exactly the same as the other spot that I was just at. So you jump, press E before you land, jump again, and press E to land up here. And then you just jump around this rock, and now you're up here. Once you're up here, you want to go over to the left here, up this rock, onto this rock, and then jump onto these slabs. You can see everything's kind of flickering when I move the mouse. You can kind of see this wall just appear in front of me, and if I move the mouse the right way, it's probably... Some things just fade in and out of existence when I move the mouse. When I step back, you can kind of see it disappear. That's because I'm out of bounds now, and the game doesn't really know what to render and what not to render. What you want to do is you want to stand right next to this, face the wall, do a wall jump, and then just turn the mouse a bit to the left and press E to get on top of this rock. After that, you can just jump over here, or because there's an abyss right below this, if you want to be safe, if you don't want to die, just do this, jump over here. This is slightly slower, but whatever.
I'll probably do that way.
Get up here, and then most people make the mistake of standing up here and then trying to jump over there. You don't want to stand here and then try to jump. That jump is too far. You want to walk all the way up to this point right here. You want to stand right here and then jump across like this. If you don't, you'll get stuck right here. So it's very important that you walk far enough forward and then jump. And then you just want to walk this way and drop down. You can roll. Right here you can kind of see Lara reappear, but everything is kind of in low poly mode, and you can see stuff isn't really loaded. Because we entered this area... we entered this area without hitting the loading zone, so all the collision is still there, but none of the objects are loaded. And that's actually very important for this skip, because right now, I'm gonna go up here. Lara just disappeared. There's actually a waterfall right here, but you can't see it, and it doesn't push you along because it's not loaded. The sound is still there, curiously enough, though. You wanna go over, you can see if I move the camera, sometimes things kind of fade out. You wanna jump here and press E to get up here. You can kind of see that there's kind of this notch here. You want to jump right here to get up here. You don't want to jump here. Here it's way harder. Try to get
here, here. Jump here to jump there. Here.
Keep looking this way and go forward. You will see everything disappear. So just point the camera backwards and walk towards the camera. You can kind of see there's these trees right here. I generally don't point the camera backwards. Actually point it sideways. You can see these trees. Keep walking sideways. Then you're gonna come up here.
Up here.
Whenever everything disappears, just move the camera a bit. Move up here. And now you can kind of see the orange glow from the campfire. So just move over to this, and you'll see this prompt appear. Even though nothing seems to be loaded, you can still sit down at the campfire, and now you'll see everything kind of pop in as the game is loading it. See that barrier just loaded in. it looks like everything is loaded right now. It's actually not properly loaded still, so what you have to do, you have to sit down at the campfire, stand back up, and then you have to reload checkpoint.
Hell yeah.
Once you've done this, you've loaded this area properly, and you're now in a place that you're not supposed to get to.
Alright, we might just get up to that and then call it there. Hell yeah. Alright, now we get over here. Okay, that's not bad at all. Yeah, like the skips are very, like Tomb Raider 2013 is mainly airwalks, which is like the big problem. That and clips. This game is clips and like pretty, I'd say standard out of bounds compared to other games. And I have a lot more experience with standard out of bounds, so this stuff isn't too bad to learn. This feels like I'm playing first person. No, we'll keep going. Very nice. Yeah, that didn't take that long to learn. All right. We'll go a little bit further. Kind of a late start to the stream today, so we'll stretch it past the normal stop time.
Right, remember earlier I said you can actually do this, you can actually do all of that casually. So if you do that casually, you'll come up these ruins, go down there, you'll go over there.
I ain't doing shit casually.
Down, you'll trigger a cutscene, and then you can walk
Get it out of here.
Over there. I'll actually, yeah, you can walk over there, and then you can walk up here. You can walk all the way up here. I'll show you where it is on the map. So you come into this area, right, go through up to the loaded, sort of bounce, because if you this in, as soon as like your helps moving up the tree and right forward, like just campfire. You don't need to sit down at the campfire when you do that thing where you clip up by the map would be properly loaded. Anyways, next up we're gonna do the largest sequence break in the entire run.
So I thought that was the largest skip.
If you've played through the game casually, you're maybe gonna recognize this part as the area that you go to after the flooded archives. But what you do instead is you come over here and you actually enter this next area, which is the flooded archives, as it says there on the screen, from the back entrance. Like, this is actually the exit. This is the way you're supposed to leave, but you can also enter this way. You're gonna come over there, and this part, like, you're supposed to dive through here, but because you're not supposed to be here, you're actually supposed to have an equipment which is called the rebreather, that allows you to have infinite breath underwater, but we're never gonna pick that up. So I can't just dive through this segment because Lara will just drown. Instead, what you have to do is jump over here. You're gonna hold back, aim, like you can see this thing in the water, aim about there, and then scramble backwards. Now, I didn't turn the camera, like you can see I'm still aiming at it, I didn't turn the camera. Now, very slowly turn the camera to the right. Until you reach about this point, like, you can see right now the camera is kind of moving without me doing anything. When you reach that point, you can turn the camera a bit further to kind of get it to jiggle a bit faster, like this. sometimes what will happen is you'll try to turn and it won't work. Like, you have to turn the camera, and as soon as it starts jiggling fast, don't turn it any further. Just do the you can turn it a bit further actually, but don't turn it too far is basically my point. Like, if you have to turn it past this angle, you just have to retry. So if you turn too fast, this will happen. It won't work properly. And you see now it's jiggling fast, but like I've turned the camera too far already. So if you do that, just retry. Just aim back there. Slowly turn the camera to the right, and you'll see
only an hour and 40 minutes left in the VOD.
The camera actually also moved down. If I move right a bit, you can see on the very right edge, or the right hand edge of the screen, you can kind of see this. You can kind of see this ledge. Like, see that part of the ledge? If you do this just right, this broken part of the ledge right there, it will appear on the right edge of the screen. As soon as you see that on the right edge of the screen, so right now, you can actually begin tapping. You can just hold A. Yes, A. It seems counterintuitive, but just hold A. Keep holding S and hold A, and that way you'll just clip through. You can also just not hold A and wait until you just wiggle your way through. Eventually you'll clip through without holding A, but if you hold A, it's way faster. Anyways, once you're out of bounds right here, just jump into the water here. And this is actually like the largest body of water in the entire game. Just for reference, all the water in the game always has a rectangular hitbox. So this water actually goes very far this way, so there's a huge empty area here where you can still swim. So you just swim this way.
That's what we want exactly.
And you can kind of
I don't got time to wait.
A debug thing or something that the developers left below the map there. Usually you don't see that, but it's just kind of there. It's not really that important, but you can actually stand on it. So it's something important here. You're gonna swim up to this point. As soon as you get close, you'll see this rock load in. You don't want to be on the left of this rock. You don't want to go this way, because the water hitbox actually ends here. Like, if I swim far enough this way, you can see the water hitbox ends. And I'll actually land on this.
Whoa, he did it.
This is just to show off that this is actually... like,
oh, it's nice you can just walk back into it.
Here. So what you want to do is, you want to swim right over here, go inbounds, and then climb up this ledge. And this way you skip the entire diving section. Next up, this is why we have to pick up the climbing arrows early. You shoot one climbing arrow there, and then climb up right here. This is actually a side area that you're only supposed to get into later after finishing this area already, which is also why this skip works in the first place. But yeah, you go this way. Here it always lags. Like, you could see my frame rate there dipped to like below 60 for a few frames. It always lags when you jump down here. That's just a thing. Anyways, you want to get up here. So the upmost part of this can actually not be grabbed, so we have to kind of climb all the way up, or jump climb, and then just do a wall jump and grab this ledge. It's kind of weird. Anyways, climb up here. And now you go over to this grate, turn your back to it, and just clip through it like this. This is very easy to clip through, but it's also a bit weird. If it doesn't work, just keep retrying. This should be very easy to clip through if you do it right. Anyways, you're gonna get to here. Just jump onto this wooden thing. Roll off it. If you jump straight down, you're just gonna die of fall damage. So next up, it's slightly more optimal to clip through this door. So that's what I'm gonna show you. Just stand in the middle of the door, so right where this golden seam is. Turn around, face about this way. You don't have to be too precise. Just aim somewhere at this rubble, and oh yeah, for this clip you actually have to hold S and D, but I recommend that you always look at my inputs for clips anyways. even when I don't mention something special. And then you just turn the camera like, you don't just whip it around like this.
Just whip it.
But turn it like at this rate, and you should easily clip through this gate. What you can also do, as soon as you jump down from the wooden thing, you can also just reload checkpoint, and that will put you over there. It's slightly less optimal, but if you have trouble clipping through this door for some reason, that you can do that. Anyways, you want to jump on top of this, pull open that thing, jump down.
Okay, I'm gonna get up to this point. Did I reload the checkpoint already? Okay, jump on those. Whoa, the flooded archives. I didn't know I'd come in here. Yep, forgot I had changed the keybind for that. It's gonna take me a while to remember. I don't know if it's faster to be submerged. Am I submerged? No. I don't know. Definitely not submerged. Oh, lag. Oh my god. Ah.
Pull this again, shoot this barrel,
Okay.
and then get over here. Now you want to pull this barrel once is enough, and then just jump over here. If you did this right, like you won't see the barrel right now, but you will see 150 XP, like that.
Hell yeah.
If you don't get that XP, that means that you for some reason didn't get the barrel all the way down. So
He's saying you fucked up.
But if you do it like I just told you to, it should never fail. Anyways,
You done fucked
go
up.
to this part. Pull this open. connect this barrel, and right here, this indicator matters. Like, remember how I told you about this will just shoot a rope arrow and she'll pull, and this reticule means that she'll try to connect. You want to have this show up so she connects the rope to that barrel. Then be careful that this doesn't show up. You don't want to connect another rope to this barrel. You want to just pull this open. So make sure to move away from the barrel, and then stand behind this barrel and connect it to that part. Then you want to just pull on this side, and this way the barrel on the back will pull down the barrel in front.
Whoa!
And you won't have to kick down any of the barrels. It's just a slight optimization. Anyways, go to the other side. Be careful, this barrel can swing wildly sometimes. Be careful that it doesn't swing that way whilst you're cutting the rope, because if it does swing this way and you're cutting the rope, it'll just roll off the edge down here, and then you just have to redo this entire puzzle and lose like 40 seconds.
Then you really suck.
Sometimes it can also happen that this prompt just doesn't appear. Sometimes it's impossible to cut this rope. Like, sometimes it just won't appear. If that happens, just connect the rope to this barrel like this.
Oh.
And then cut this rope. That way you will also
see, like, he is explaining more than is necessary, but stuff like that is really nice that you won't pick up from, like, watching the record, because it's just going to do things properly. So it's like, if I get into a run and that happens, it's nice to know that little, like, backup information.
Connect the barrel from this other thing. Anyways, what you want to do next is stand next to the barrel like this.
Because I'm obviously not going to have everything go perfect.
There's actually another barrel there, as you can see now. And you want to shoot that barrel first. It's important to shoot this barrel first. You shoot this barrel, and there's going to be a cutscene playing as soon as you shoot this barrel. During that cutscene, you can't walk, but you can still interact with this barrel, and you can still reload your gun. So what you want to do during the cutscene is just press E to kick this barrel down. And also after that you want to press R to reload your gun. So like this, press E, you can see the barrel just rolled off. And then you want to press R a few times to reload your gun. So now you can see the other barrel actually moved into position during the cutscene. That way you save a bit of time. Next up, you can stand next to this box of ammo for the pistol. Shoot the barrel, and again, you can pick up the ammo during the cutscene, and then you can also reload the pistol again, if you want to. See, the ammo has now disappeared, and the pistol is reloaded. Anyways, after that, you definitely make sure to shoot the barrels in this order, by the way. This is very important. And now this next trick can soft lock your game.
Hell yeah, alright, let me get up to that point then.
That should clear the way a bit.
Alright, better see 150 XP, otherwise I suck. Confirmed. Hey, don't suck. Not yet. As at all. Yeah. I don't think the next trick's necessary, but it's like, you know, obviously something you should probably try to do. Get that. Don't have the icon there. Get the icon here. No icon.
There's still more to do here. I'll be back this way.
Well, that seems bad. I think I was supposed to swing it the other way. Or not? It's swinging wildly. Ah!
Just one more support left.
Alright, let's watch the soft lock.
So if you're not sure on what to do, like if you're doing this for the first time, I recommend you sit down at this campfire, stand back up, and then just save your game.
Yeah, that's what I did.
And
God,
the
I'm so
way I
smart.
have it set up, by the way, the first 3 slots, I just use these 3 slots, especially the first slot, as practice slots. So I have the first 3 slots set as practice slots. Then 4 and 5 are... 5 is 100% save, 4 is actually a story save. And then everything beyond 6 is practice saves and specific points. You can kind of see 0%, 0%, 1%, 1%, 1%, 1%. Like, these are just practice saves, and I have a bunch of these all over the place.
Wow, practice saves.
And I recommend that you also make a lot of practice saves.
Ain't doing it.
When you play through the game for the first time, because those are very useful when you just want to practice a certain part. Anyways, what I want to do for this next trick is you want to stand right next to this campfire like this, aim at this barrel, you want to shoot the barrel, and then you want to start pressing. You don't have to mash it super hard, but just press it rather quickly like this. And about when right now, when the statue hits the rock, you will see this button, this back button appear in the lower right hand corner. Like this one right here. What you want to do next is you want to skip. Right there I was kind of busy for a long time, but what you want to do is you want to skip the cutscene until you see this screen, and then you want to press escape. Then you want to reload checkpoint like this. And if you did it right, you should see that the statue is lying down like there. You got 500 XP in the left corner, and you should be here. If you do this trick wrong in any way, for example, if you press escape and reload checkpoint too early, or if you just sit up from the campfire during the cutscene, before the cutscene is over, or if you actually die without ever sitting up from the campfire, or if you don't sit down at the campfire during the cutscene, like I said, press E whilst the statue is falling. Just keep pressing E until you see the button appear in the lower right hand.
I thought there was another save or another trick here.
If you don't
involve
manage
fast
to get the
travel.
trick right, you'll be soft locked. Like either you'll be spawning over there, and then you can't keep going here because the game expects you to have equipment that you don't have, and you're just stuck in an infinite loop. You'll keep dying, and then you can't continue going, and then you'll die again. Or you'll be over here. It looks like you've done everything right, but the next trigger won't actually be triggered. So make very sure to do this in exactly the order that I told you to. Anyways, if you did this right, like I just did, you're gonna wanna go over here.
Over here? Walking right
Jump
here?
back here.
Take a nice sip of water every time he says here.
Back up these stairs. And this is the door that we clipped through earlier. You want to go up to this door. Right next to it. Turn your back to it. And then just try to clip through it. This sometimes takes multiple attempts. But yeah, you should be able to do it like that. You can see there's kind of a black wall here for some reason. I don't really know why, but yeah. It doesn't really do anything. And then you want to go back the way you came from. Pretty much exactly. There's something that can happen here, like this. If this happens where both of Lara's legs are just dangling down, you won't be able to jump up here. If that happens, just move a bit to the side, and you will be able to jump up. Next up, right here, this is a very clutch jump. What you can do is, what you want to do here is a so-called scramble jump. A scramble jump is when you do this scrambling right here, just before you jump, and that way you can actually jump a bit further than you normally can. And you wanna use that to be able to reach that ledge more easily. So you scramble, you jump. So the way you do a scramble jump is I always use the scroll wheel to dodge and scramble, but you scramble and then you immediately press jump. So you scroll down and and then you immediately jump. You don't wanna have the scramble animation play all the way out, because then you'll just fall down. Anyways, this is the way you came in. You can't leave through this grate because it's up there. Instead, you're gonna go over here. Aim at this. Oh yeah, something that I forgot to mention up to this point. Depending on the weapon that you're using, clips will actually work slightly differently.
Hell yeah.
If you see me using a specific weapon for a specific clip, try using the same weapon as I do, because the clip is usually easiest with the weapon that I use. Anyways.
Okay, before we get too far of clips and stuff, let me go back to this thing. Okay, so keep clicking use. Okay. Skip. I think I'm fine to... You said this screen, right? Fuck it, I think so. A reload checkpoint. You said that screen. I don't know if I need to actually see her die like he did. I don't think so. Then we go here. Well, it worked and I got there. Cool. Back to the tape.
Backwards and aim at like just with the weapon that I use. Anyways, hold backwards and aim at like this spot where the dark part of this rock meets the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Scramble backwards and then hold A and S, and now slowly turn the camera left.
Okay.
You'll see that it will snap, like you'll see it visibly snap over like it did. As soon as it does that, let go of A and S, because otherwise you'll fall down right here. Anyways, you'll see it snap over. As soon as it does that, just let go of aim. No, you can actually keep holding aim. Even though you shouldn't aim again like I just did there.
So take you back to the fire? Oh, that's a bad checkpoint.
Yeah, if you lose like that, you'll have to do everything again like I just have to do. Don't do what I just did there. Anyways, yeah, you want to let go of A and S as soon as that starts happening, because otherwise you're gonna fall like I just did there, and then you'll have to redo everything that's here, which is pretty annoying. Also loses a lot of time. Anyways, aim here. Hold A and S. Very slowly turn the camera. As soon as the camera snaps over, let go of like everything. Turn the camera this way and just jump forwards. And then just walk in bounds here.
Whoa.
Now you want to shoot a climbing arrow about here, like pretty much at this height, but on this wall. And then you just wall jump up to it, aim the camera like this, and grab this ledge. For this wall, it's actually very important that you use a climbing arrow, because this, for some reason, the upmost part of this, even though it looks climbable, is actually not climbable. So it's very annoying to get up there, unless you use this climbing arrow. If you place it about there, then you should be good to go.
Whoa.
And then right here, this is a very weird out of bounds. So usually what we do is we jump over here. And right now I'm technically already out of bounds. Because there's an invisible wall right to the right of me. If I go over here, you can kind of see I can't actually go over to those rocks. But there's a hole in the invisible wall right here. So you don't have to actually jump into it. Many people think you have to go all the way back here if you fail. You just have to go over here, swim over here, and you're through. See, just like that. There's something that you can do here. If you point the camera too far towards the wall, if you do this. Okay, right now I actually didn't fail. Like if you're too far to the left, sometimes Lara will start swimming slowly. I'll try to see if I can't get that to happen. I'll try this a few times. Damn. Okay, I can't seem to get the failure to work right now.
Just too good. Can't fail.
Like if Lara starts for some reason swimming very slowly, and you're also not able to dive by holding right mouse button, then just turn around and swim back to this part right here and try again. It just happens. Generally you want to aim pretty much this direction. Hold shift to swim fast, and then hold right mouse button. Right now you must be rather quick. You want to hug the left wall here. Swim underneath this. And right there, because I waited in the water, Lara actually drowned.
No.
Rather quick with this.
This reminds me of like Out of Bounds and Call of Duty maps.
It, so I had to wait a bit.
You'd like have to go outside of the playable zone, which starts a timer. Then like run to some spot to get out of bounds.
Anyways. Yeah, just jump over here. Get over here. Get over here. Don't forget to hold shift. Hold right mouse button. Hug this left wall until you reach this point. Dive underneath here. Now you can let go of right mouse button and you will surface here. Now you can kind of see everything is again flickering. You want to swim over here and then you can kind of see this appearing. You want to get up right here so you're on dry land again. And right now it looks like I'm going inbounds. But that's actually an invisible wall going along that you're still going to be behind. So you're still out of bounds, which is why all this is climbable. So right here, you see I went through a wall. You want to stay up on these rocks. And then see this part of the wall. You want to land on this part. It doesn't like, you want to land on this part like so by pressing E. But it's not too bad if you land in the water like this. You can just swim up to this, and eventually you'll be able to jump up like this. So what right here, what can happen is when Lara is up here and she's just standing, nothing will happen. But if you just jump once and let her land, she'll duck underneath this, and then she'll just go over here. Sometimes this also happens, like if you just climb up like this, you usually duck underneath that, just like that, like this. Now you want to walk forwards a bit and then jump over there. Don't jump, like be careful not to miss this jump. If you do fall down, you can just swim back around and climb back to where I just was. I won't show that off because it'll take annoying amounts of time. So right here, you want to walk forwards until you reach this point. You want to make sure that there's nothing above Lavra's head, so just try jumping in place once just to make sure. And now you want to land on this wall that you can see right here. And if you feel comfortable doing it, you can also roll. Like you just point the camera down the wall and then roll. You don't necessarily have to do that though. And now this next part, usually like it's just going to stay invisible and you'll have to jump onto an invisible wall.
Okay, I'm gonna get up to this point really quick. Okay, here. Back, left until it snaps. Okay. Yeah, and I'm good. Oh yeah. Oh, I gotta do a full charge, okay. Oh, okay, you actually have to... Whoa! Okay, you can like sort of force your way up there.
I made it. I'm out.
I guess so.
Thank God you're all right. Bring the Atlas to me in our observatory in the mountains.
I'm on my way.
Woo! Okay, if you don't quite make it, it's pretty easy to get your way around here. So how far back do I have to go? I'm surprised you can't climb this. Do I have to go all the way back? Oh boy, I can't see a goddamn thing. Well, I kind of wish you'd shown if there's a better way to get in, but it's fine. Alright. Yeah, I mean, none of this stuff is really too bad.
Don't do what I just do. What I'm going to do right now. I'm just doing this to show where the wall is. Because if I jump down here, now you can actually show. Now you can actually see the other wall. As you can see, the other wall is just touching the corner of the wall you're standing on. And it's going exactly this direction. You can kind of see where it ends there.
Oh, you can just climb back up.
Now just for me to get back on top of this wall.
Okay.
Okay. So, as you can see, the wall kind of was right here. So what you can do if you want to be very careful is just walk over diagonally like this. Then point this way, like right where this archway ends, and walk forward. Like this. And as soon as you reach about this point, just point yourself towards that wall, jump over here, and land here. Also, again, right here, I'm going to try to... Right now you can see all the walls that you're walking on top of. As you can see, they're kind of weirdly placed. This is just to give you a rough idea where those walls are placed. I hope this helps. Because a lot of people have trouble, like, finding out where that invisible wall is that they have to jump on top of. As you can... Right here you can see these statues. Right next to them is actually inbound. So don't walk to the right here. Walk straight, like this. And then as soon as you come to this debris, you can just jump over to the right here. If you go there, you'll be inbounds. And even though if you go inbounds right there, it's still, you're still fine. But if you walk right along this part, if you walk right here, you'll actually trigger an event where Jonah talks to Lara on the radio for like 30 seconds. So instead what you do is you drop down here. Be careful, there's a void right here, so be careful to actually land here. You can also land on this one, but yeah, be careful. And then jump inbounds right here. If you walk down these stairs, like right at the top of the...
Alright, well, it seems like if you fall into that abyss, it's gonna be pretty awful for you. Checkpoint wise. Jump here. Yeah. Over this. You jump to here. Jump to here. And inbounds? Okay. That's not bad. It's like, these are like kind of standard-ish out of bounds, which I'm more than used to in my time of speedrunning.
Stairs, Jonah will call you, and that wastes like 30 seconds.
These jumps aren't too bad.
Now you just wanna climb up here. And now you have two options. Either you just slide down this rope and climb and go up the mountain. The barrier that I talked about earlier that usually stops you from going up will be gone now. But this is like that. This would be the casual way of doing it. That's actually the casual way would just be to swing across here, but you don't have the grapple at this time, so you can't just swing across. So the easiest way, if you don't want to do this clip that I'm going to do, just slide down here and walk up. But what we do in the runs is we jump over here. If you land in the water, it's not too bad. You can just walk up here. You go up to this point, like you want to be... You can kind of see what I'm standing on top of right now.
Yep,
you want to
a
go
rock.
up to this point, point your camera roughly this direction and hold backwards. Lara will kind of snap into position right here if you
snap back to reality. Bam.
As soon as you're in this position, aim the camera, like aim your reticule at this point of the texture. You can kind of see this.
I was like, maybe I'll just go ahead and finish learning everything tonight, but there's still an hour and 17 minutes on the VOD.
Dark spot right here. And then there's this...
Like, out of curiosity, how far into the run is this? Okay, that's probably there. So it's 32 minutes into a 49-minute run. So yeah, there's still a lot to learn.
that goes down here, and I'm just aiming at the tip of the dark line. As soon as you do this, you want to scramble back. You want to scramble backwards, and as soon as Lara starts clipping up the mountain, you want to hold A as well. Like you want to keep holding S, and you want to keep holding aim, and also hold A. And if you do it right, it should look like this. If you reach, like, when you reach that point where Lara kind of starts spazzing out, you can turn the camera a slight bit to the right to make it easier to clip over this. But generally, you don't want to turn the camera during this clip. You wanna keep the camera aimed in the same direction, like this. And again, only let go of the directional keys once you're on the ground right here. Don't let go up here, because then it will pull you back down. But yeah, that way you can get up here.
I mean, there is, but there's also a lot of information that, like, just watching the record won't quite provide.
Get these healing leaves, and the ones on the other side. These ones, just to have backup heals. And then, when you're not going to do the skip, you're going to come up there, and now you're just going to walk over to Jonah.
Whoa, Jonah!
Trigger the next part, the next area to load in. Now you're gonna skip a few cutscenes, and now this next cutscene is always very long, because the game has to load an entirely new map right now. Like you can see right there, it was kind of faking me out, and now usually the loading animation in the lower left hand corner actually freezes occasionally during this cutscene, so don't worry if it freezes like that. It'll still work. You just have to wait a long time here. Eventually you're going to be able to skip the cutscene, and then you're going to be here. You've already picked up the climbing arrows earlier, so just shoot a climbing arrow in the middle there and climb up like this. This rope is kind of a dick. If you just walk forwards and jump, most of the time Lara
damn, the dick rope.
So just stand here, make sure this prompt appears above her head, and then press jump to grab it.
What a dick.
And right here you just grab the next rope. This rope transition is automatic. You don't actually have to press anything here.
Hell yeah.
I just keep holding forward because you want to move forward right after that. So why let go? And then right here you can immediately roll and jump and roll and jump and roll and jump. Now you want to climb up here. Jump over here. This way you can avoid grabbing that ledge. If you do this, you can climb up here a bit more quickly than if you just jump climb up it. And then you want to sit down at this campfire, and right here you want to go into the skills menu. You want to first go into Brawler and skill the first two ones. Then you switch to Survivor, and you want to skill Rapid Crafting and Incendiary Bombs. Incendiary Bombs is the most important of all of these.
Okay. Back to the games. I need to get up there.
Lara. If you can lend a hand, you're always welcome. You know we can trust you.
Oh, wait, is that the other? No, I want the berries, not the... Is the other thing of berries? Am I blind? across the river? Oh, yeah. Yo, Jonah, what up, buddy?
You look terrible.
Wow. Terrible. You're looking terrible. See how long this long cutscene takes. I'm getting kind of snacky. Oh, it froze. Oh my god, whatever will I do? Oh, I can skip it now.
Jonah, hold on. Sophia, are you there?
Lara! Are you alright?
I'm up by the old copper mill overlooking the gulag. I'm about to go in after Jonah.
I know the spot. We hit a stash of weapons near where we first attacked Trinity. You might find them useful.
Thank you, Sophia. I'll see you when I get out. Storm's coming in.
I don't know if we shot one here or not. I think so. Ah, we come in here.
I've spoken little of your mother.
Brawler, first two. Rapid fire, incendiary. Okay. Do we need anything else? Yeah, I got there a lot faster. I always get to the point in the game. He's at a lot faster than I thought I would.
If you accidentally skill the wrong thing, make sure to skill incendiary bombs if you don't have enough skill points. Usually you have skill points at this point, 5 skill points at this point, and you only need 4. So if you miss skill once, it shouldn't be too bad. But yeah, this is the most important one. These two are also rather important, and then this one is the least important one, just to give you some priorities in case you do accidentally miss skill. After that, you just want to stand back up from the campfire. And now you can climb this entire thing with one climbing arrow.
Whoa.
But you need to shoot it exactly in the upper right hand corner of this. If it's too far left, you won't be able to do it, and if it's too far down, you also won't be able to do it. So you have to press this arrow rather precisely.
That's cool.
Still faster than placing 2 arrows though. Right here you want to... Right here, as soon as you reach this tree, you can kind of see this rock right here. If I walk into this snow right here, you can see that Lara starts moving very slowly and I can't really do anything. So in order to skip this very slow snow, what we do is we jump onto the rock and roll through the snow. So because on the rock you can actually start a roll like this.
Whoa.
And this way you can roll through most of that deep snow, which is way quicker than walking through it.
That saves 5 minutes.
Skip this cutscene. Skip this other cutscene. And now next up is a very, very huge skip.
Hell yeah.
So this is a rather weird out of bounds, but I'm going to explain this before I'm going to do it because it's going to be pretty hard to see what I'm doing once I'm up there. So you can see this crack. Once I've clipped, I'm going to clip up that wall first, and once I've clipped up there, I want to go through this crack. Might not make too much sense now, but it's going to make sense once I do it. But you can't just go through this crack. In order to go through this crack, you have to first go over to this wall. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to clip up, I'm going to go over to this point in the wall. You can recognize this point. You can kind of see this crack is here.
Yep.
Then you can see this vertical seam
Mm-hmm.
right here, and then you can see the second seam. I'm going to roll over to this seam. Pretty much, I'm going to do this.
Wow.
And then turn towards the crack and roll towards it. That's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
But I'm going to be in a weird clipped up state. So right here, what you want to do is you turn your back towards this, scramble backwards, kind of wait for this to settle a bit. Oh, okay, it kind of failed there. So what you want to do is you want to clip up like this, and now slowly keep holding back and slowly turn the camera to the right. Keep turning it until you've turned it about this far. Damn it, sometimes you're still going to fall back down. It's a bit annoying. But yeah, keep turning it until you're here. Now you can kind of see it looks like Lara's above, but when I aim, the camera is still below the rocks. So what I want to do is I want to get through the crack, but I can't just roll through it like this. Now you have to do what I told you earlier. You don't want to be aiming whilst doing this. You don't want to aim and then press scramble. You just want to scramble. I'm just aiming right now to show you what this looks like, because aiming pulls the camera down. If you scramble, you'll also pull the camera down. So you'll want to go over here. Make sure you're actually like right next to the wall like this, and then turn left towards the crack and just scramble forwards like this. If you do it right, you'll see I'm now on the other side of the crack. And now what you want to do is you want to go over to the light on the right hand side. So you just want to hug the right hand side, and as soon as you reach this point, you can just walk forwards. Be careful not to be too fast, otherwise you might fall off right here. But
so if I'm understanding it right from the stuff in 2013 and what I've heard, for those that don't understand why you have to do it that way, is doing those up clips separates the camera from her physical body. So the camera goes up, but her body doesn't. So you have to take the body through the gap, which is why you have to roll through it while the camera stays up top. And then here they rejoin by going through this hole in collision. That way you can jump and
as soon as you go here,
do everything normal.
Lara's character model will become one again. And then you can just go up here. And now you're on top of the cave that you were just inside of. And this is actually the one of the two biggest out of bounds in the entire game. This actually slips the entirety of this map. So you want to jump up here. Oh, something I completely forgot to mention. So when you do this jump, you can kind of see these 2D trees that are right here. There's a checkpoint that you can hit right here. If you hit this checkpoint and then die during this skip, which is very likely to happen if you do this the first time, there's a lot of points where you can die. You'll actually respawn at this checkpoint and you won't be able to get back. So before you start doing this skip, like as soon as you're inside of this cave in the very beginning, before you go out of bounds, do yourself a favor and save your game.
Okay.
Because you can kind of see, if I go over to the right here, you will see that these 2D trees disappear. And you will see that I get a checkpoint as well. Right. It's somewhere here. I'm not too sure where it is, but it's... Yeah, right there I hit it. I mean, you want to avoid that whenever possible. You want to not hit that trigger, but it's very possible that you might hit it. You see, now the 2D trees are gone. And if you do hit it and you die, you'll respawn at the end of the cave and you won't be able to do this out of bounds anymore. So yeah, do yourself a favor and save before they're out of bounds. Now you want to jump over here and you want to jump to over there like this. If you jump too short, it may look like there's an invisible wall right here, but you can actually just jump around that invisible wall, so it's not too bad.
Okay.
So this skip is kind of notorious because it has very bad visibility.
Oh, this one, I remember watching this. He's got to run through all the trees.
Trying to conserve as much visibility as possible. This is not the optimal path, though. So you can kind of see here. Just for reference, this part on the left isn't actually solid, so don't try to walk on it. This rock is kind of a landmark that you want to look out for.
Okay, look out for the rock.
So once you reach this cliff, you want to just jump down and roll. Then you're gonna be here. You can kind of see the mountain going up here on the left. You don't want to go to the left of the mountain. Go to the right here, and you should see these, like this kind of stair pattern. You can kind of climb up here. Go behind this tree here. This tree isn't solid, by the way, but go behind it, like right in this corner. And now comes the most confusing part. You want to scramble backwards, and the camera is going to go up like this, and you won't be able to see anything. You want to go up like this, and as soon as you go up, you just let go of everything and... okay, I didn't do it right. Aim this way, and now just jump to the left a bit. Okay, maybe don't. There's two ways of doing this. Okay, the first way is doing this. I'm just jumping to the left here. But, oh god. The visibility is utter garbage during this. There's sadly too many branches to see anything. Yeah, right now I got it. So you're gonna land here next to...
Gotta love do this, or, you know, maybe don't.
And then you can climb up to the left here. Like this. And now the visibility
Oh,
actually gets
Jesus
better again.
Christ.
The other way of doing this, if I can find my way back down.
If I can find my way.
The other way of doing this is just to try jump climbing. So you want to climb up the right hand side here, and now just keep climbing up this rock.
Oh, it looks significantly easier.
To do it because it has more visibility, to be honest. It might take you some attempts to actually get that jump climb going because it's kind of iffy. It doesn't really want to work. But yeah, climb up here, and then jump over here. You want to be here, and this part is also very recognizable. You want to walk up to the very front here and then jump over here like this. Something that often happens to people is that they climb up the wrong way. If you just don't know where you are, my advice is just keep climbing uphill until you reach like some point where the visibility is better, and then just go along the trees. You will probably reach like this spot right here where you can see this dark spot, or you will be like right here. What you want to do is just go over here then, and you will be at this spot that I talked about earlier. Anyways, jump over here, and now you can see to the left there the next part of this area isn't loaded properly. So we actually want to go there, but we need to load it first, and the loading trigger for that is over here. So you want to walk along this to over to where this tree is. Then you want to turn left, and you can kind of see those rocks over there. You want to jump onto those like so. And then this is where you hit the trigger. So you want to walk down here and then climb back up this slope. And if you did this right, you can check if you hit the trigger by just looking over there. If you did it right, you should see that this car and these logs are now loaded. Before there was just a dark spot on the floor.
Alright, I think once I get through this, we'll be done for the night.
So if you
try to learn this one.
The trigger and it's still not loaded, just
I think it was an hour left to learn tomorrow.
To do again. Anyways, jump over here. This tree isn't solid, so just jump straight through it. This tree is solid, so jump around it. Now go over here.
Gotta manage the trees.
Careful, this tree is solid, and you don't want to jump inbounds on this side of the fence, but you need to jump around this tree and on the other side of the fence. So you want to jump like this. It's not super hard, but just be careful, because you can also get stuck between the tree and the fence, like in that corner, and then you also can't do anything. Anyways, you land here. You go over here a bit, and then you just walk through these trees to get to over here. Just for reference, this snowy path right there is actually inbound, so don't go there. You want to stay on top of these rocks. Go over here, and I'll climb up this rock.
Jesus Christ.
Like so. Now you want to stand here, look this direction, and you want to jump. This tree is solid. You want to land on this roof and jump around this tree. The way you do that is you just face this way. And then once you're past the tree, you just hold left. Like you're gonna jump forward, and as soon as you've passed the tree, let go of forward and hold left. Like so.
Hell
it's
yeah.
Not too difficult. Something that can happen, if you don't go far enough left, you might land down here. Don't worry, as long as you don't jump too far forwards, which is why I told you to let go of forwards, you can still climb back up and try again. Oh, shit.
Uh-oh.
Unfortunately, I didn't mean to do that, but...
Uh-oh.
That happens. Anyways.
New game.
I'll just load a save. Oh yeah. I talked earlier about how you're supposed to make a save. That's one of those deaths when you're going to need the save, because if you don't load a save there, then you're just going to respawn inbounds at the end of this case.
All right, well, let's go.
Very happy little trio. And when we lost her...
There we got the stuff. I don't think there's any... Oh yeah, we gotta jump on the rock and roll.
I should never have doubted you, Dad.
Jonah.
Okay. I paid so much attention to the first part of this, I didn't pay attention to the setup for the actual clip.
Cave, and you won't be able to do anything.
That was actually pretty close. Okay, so there's that rock. Yep. Uh-oh. We want to find the mountain, right? Is this the tree? Oh, I think we found the tree. Oh, okay, this is where I want to be. Okay. This way. And then to these rocks, I think, and then down here. Hey, okay. Is this tree real? Uh-oh. Did I just jump back in? Okay. This is a real tree. I gotta say, why the fuck is my memory so good I remembered the, like, direct path to take for all of that by looking at the guide? I hate my memory sometimes. Okay, where's the... Up here. My memory's really good for, like, the stupidest things. Alright. Normally I would have, but for some reason I just really remember that path. Okay, let's... How much more time gets wasted from this? The guide. Yo, Son of N, thank you for the raid. Alright, he's back up here. Oh, you can just go up that rock, gotcha.
Now jump over here, like this.
Yeah,
Be careful,
that's where we currently are.
Between these planks are actually holes, and you can fall
No
down
Man's Sky, sheesh.
So,
oh, the thing worked, awesome.
One thing that can happen is that you fall down here. If you fall down here, it's very easy to recover. Just jump up here.
Okay, cool.
And then...
Yeah, welcome in.
Jump
We're learning Rise of the Tomb Raider speedruns.
Here, like I just did, you need to jump over here. Press E to land like up here. You can see Lara lands there for like a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And then you need to jump left, like
gotcha,
that.
gotcha.
That's the only way to recover from that. Optimally, you don't want to land down there in the first place. But if you do, that's how you recover from that. Anyways, you're gonna land here if you do this right. And now you want to jump right next to the tree. Like, there's an invisible wall that's gonna block you if you go too far right. So you want to jump right here. Like so. Oh, and I actually messed up again. Great.
But he saves it. Okay. Once again, it's like, yeah, maybe it extends the guide video, but it's really actually useful information to have because if I just watch the record, I don't learn how to save these backups and just think I have to redo the entire trick, so.
Anyways, you need to land here, and I recommend
just saves me a headache later.
Here to minimize the chance of falling into one of these gaps. Anyways, oh yeah, right here you can see I'm on the other side of an invisible wall and I can't keep going this way.
Mm-hmm.
This is what happens when you go too far to the right. If this happens to you, just jump all the way back here. And this way you'll be able to go around the invisible wall. If you do this right, like
okay.
And then you go over to the left like this. Up here,
How far?
in between the trees.
That actually put us quite a bit further in the VOD than thought.
Like a lot of white in front of you. One thing, if you go too far left here, see everything just unloaded. Like you are supposed to go onto that, but if you go too far left there, it'll just unload. If that happens, just go over here and back over to here and climb back up like this. This way it should load back in again. Yeah, like that. So be careful not to go too far left there. Now you just want to go straight here.
This is a pretty hefty out of bounds.
Here because it's so steep downhill. Jump rolling there is just not gonna cut it. Also, there's a lot of death planes here, so be sure to follow the path I take as closely as possible. Here you want to go to the left of this tree right here. Like so. And right now you don't want to jump down. Do not jump down here. Just drop. Like this. And right now, if you jump right here, you're also going to hit a death plane. So just walk down. As soon as you pass this tree, you can start jump rolling again. But not earlier than that. Otherwise, you're going to hit death planes. So you go over here. Over here. And you can kind of see this damaged part of the roof. This is what you'll try to jump onto. You can't jump onto the part of the roof that's intact. But first off, go right next to this tree. Aim over there and jump up here. And during this part, be advised, all of the holes in this roof are actually holes. So don't try to just walk across it. And you need to.
I don't believe it.
And there's actually some tiles over here, like some of these look solid but aren't. So really just stick to the path that I'm taking. Otherwise you might fall into this house. And then you just have to restart the entire out of bounds over again.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Like 2 minutes. So just be careful on top of this roof. Jump over here. Be careful with this hole. Land right here. And then jump over here. You can see I just landed on top of an invisible kind of ceiling. Just walk over here, past this fence, and then walk back to trigger the cutscene that loads the end of the area. So.
Alright, let's see if I can figure out the rest here. Okay, so we're on this platform. Okay. Woo. No, not nearly as bad as the anniversary. We were kind of talking about it with the anniversary stuff at the beginning of the stream, but I looked into it last night because I was just curious how other people viewed the game. And it seemed that the two possibilities is just the PC port has some bugs in it and some jankiness that comes along with it. But the more likely one was a frame rate issue with anything over 60 FPS, where I was playing at 144. Originally it was uncapped, but then I just didn't like having it uncapped because I don't like having games uncapped. That just seems unnecessary. So I capped it down to 144, but apparently even over 60 it can have some issues. So I think that may have been a big factor in things. But yeah, when I was looking at like the Steam reviews and stuff, people were mentioning like getting halfway through the game basically to Egypt, which is where I started experiencing the issues and kind of running into the same stuff and same frustrations. And they were saying turn VSync on, which VSync for me would still be 144, which I had it capped to, and that was still issues, so I think it was 60. But no, the controls in this are just fine. Can we jump here? There, not bad. I'm sure this will not go as smoothly in an attempt. Didn't seem too bad. So it does make me want to reconsider playing Legends and Underworld, the other two in that series, on the same engine, and just cap it down to 60 FPS. And if I still have issues with those games, then they just are what they are.
So now you're here, and now this next fight is actually loaded. So this next fight is...
Oh, okay, this is where the fight starts and everything. Okay. Well, let's have to do that about. Yeah, we have a little less than an hour to go. I was gonna say in the record, how far is this? I'll try to watch through the record tomorrow, before I stream and before I learn the rest of the run, because there's probably some updated strats, some better ways to do things that I can pick up on, maybe some little better routing in the out of bounds and whatnot. I was just curious. It's 36 minutes into a 49-minute run, so in the back third of the game, realistically, it's an hour to go. Shouldn't be too bad. Made some good progress on it today. Hopefully tomorrow I can start the stream earlier. That was my intention today as well, but things got just kind of caught up and didn't start as early as I did. Maybe we would have finished it in one day if that was the case, but we'll definitely finish learning it tomorrow. I think we'll try to do a first attempt as well. I got to make some splits. This is probably not an auto splitter, just a load remover, so I got to like copy some splits and figure all that stuff out so we can actually track it and get a good time. Doors up and wanting attention, so yeah, I think we'll call it there for tonight. So thank you guys for hanging out with me as we watch through this. It's a little fillery. It probably doesn't need to be 4 hours and 17 minutes, but there's a lot of useful information that just watching through Caddy's record want to provide. A lot of things to not do, things to be aware of, ways to do backup strats, which is all useful information. It's time up front for time that normally I'd spend in runs trying to learn it on my own, so I welcome it, you know? Thor really didn't want to be picked up. All right, you go do your thing. But yeah, stream again tomorrow. Like I said, the plan definitely will finish learning it. Probably do a first attempt. Maybe more than that as well. Should be cool. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thanks for watching. If you did miss the anniversary playthrough, the first part's up on YouTube. The first like 5-6 hours, and then part 2 will go up tomorrow afternoon. If you want to catch the second half of it, yada yada yada, blah 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 blah.